We're going to get started. Is this working? Yes. Yeah. We're going to get started. This is an upgrade from our former microphone, as you all, the people on the other task force will recognize. We finally got a handheld. My name is Vince Bradley. I'm the chairman of the State Liquor Authority, and I want to thank you all for coming today. Many of you obviously came great distances, and it is appreciated. As you're all aware, we're here to discuss internet sales, and when I first became the chairman of the State Liquor Authority, the issue of internet sales was dropped in my lap pretty much my first day on the job, and it has remained there every day. And I don't want to call it the bane of my existence, but it has been an issue that we deal with on a daily basis at the SLA. It's clear that the internet is a major economic engine in the world now, and it's obvious that it's not going anywhere. As a result, the sales of alcoholic beverages via the internet are here to stay as well. This means tremendous opportunities for not only our New York manufacturers, but our retailers and our restaurants as well. I think we're all aware of the exposure the internet can give a product and how it can expand the marketplace for a manufacturer or for a retailer. However, as I learned very quickly, and I'm sure you're all very aware, the internet was not considered in our ABC law, mostly because the computer wasn't in existence. It wasn't even an idea at the time, I don't believe. And brands and our platforms such as Amazon, branded wine clubs, delivery services like Drizzly were literally unthinkable when our regulatory system was created. Unlicensed entities that bring customer and retailer together for a sale are simply unrecognized in our laws. Now, New York, like most states, has worked hard to integrate these unlicensed entities into our industry, and I think that since I've been here and since Commissioner Kim has been here, we've done our best to review all of these entities as they come before us and try to do it on a transparent and open basis. I like to believe that we've gone further than most states in that respect. Many of you have submitted, reviewed, or commented on numerous declaratory rulings regarding third-party providers that have come before our board. We've aimed to have an open dialogue with the industry about this issue, and the dialogue, from what I'm told, has been going on for a better part of 3 years. We believe it's time to move third-party provider sales into our laws and regulations, and we believe it's important to let both retailers and business entrepreneurs know specifically what operations are within the bounds of the law, and it may be even more appropriate for this agency to have jurisdiction over third-party providers who up until now have operated on the fringe of the industry. At the core of New York's ABC law is the belief that licensure ensures responsibility, orderly distribution, and protects the public health and welfare. I hope over the series of meetings that you and your expertise in the industry and the law can help us create a system where third-party providers are brought into the regulatory system, keeping our core regulatory beliefs intact. At this time, I'm going to introduce everyone from the Liquor Authority who's here at the table. Starting on my left, we have Tom Donahue, who's special counsel to the authority. We have Commissioner Kim, who I just want to say has been an enormous help to me since I came on board, and I know he hasn't been here that much longer than I have, but he's really helped me tremendously, and I'm happy that he's here today because I don't know normally that a commissioner would be willing to do this, given that they are part-time. And to my right is Jacqueline Flug, who's counsel to the authority, and I want to give her kudos for, she put a tremendous amount of work into this, putting this all together. She's the one who really put this entire task force together. This is an issue that has been near and dear to her heart since I came on board and probably long before that, and I think she deserves a great deal of credit for whatever comes out of it. So at this time, I'm going to let Commissioner Kim introduce the other members of the panel. Once again, I want to thank you all for being here because I know it's taking time out of the work that you actually get paid to do, and I appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman Bradley. I just wanted to go and quickly introduce everyone in this room. We're being broadcast all around the country, so maybe you could just raise your hand so everyone can see who you are. In alphabetical order, Michael Arton, who serves as Assistant General Counsel for Anheuser-Busch in their New York City office. Michael Carrera is the Executive Director of the Metropolitan Package Store Association and Principal at Michaeltown Liquors. Sean Croman serves as Associate General Counsel at Amazon in Seattle, Washington. Kevin Danow is a partner at Danow, McMullen, and Panoff, where he specializes in New York ABCL law, representing licensees in all tiers. Lester Eber serves as Vice President at Southern Wine and Spirits, a wine and spirits wholesaler licensed in New York and numerous other states. Thomas Edwards is the President of the New York State Liquor Store Association and Principal at Fox and Hound Wines. Kevin Fortuna is the founder of Lot 18, a licensed New York State retailer operating internet-based wine clubs. Elke Hoffman is a principal at Elke Hoffman Law, and she focuses her practice on New York ABCL law, representing licensees in all tiers as well as third-party providers. Mark Kozlow is the managing partner at the Buckman Law Firm and expert in alcoholic beverage control law throughout the country. His firm represents licensees in all tiers as well. Paul Leone serves as the executive director of the New York State Brewers Association. Brian McKenzie is the president of the New York State Distillers Guild and principal at Finger Lakes Distilling. Connie Ulmer serves as the chief operating officer of Verity Wine Partners, a New York wholesaler and vice president of the Fine Wine Alliance. Lynn Amelie practices in Washington, D.C. as the general counsel to the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. Nicholas Rellis, is that correct, Rellis? Is the founder and principal at Drizzly, a smartphone app for alcoholic beverage delivery. Then we have Mort Siegel, who's a partner at Siegel and Moses, and a longtime ABCL practitioner who, with many others in this room, also served on the California ABC's third-party service provider task force that helped to come up with an advisory out there. We also have Jeff Saunders, is the president of the Retailers Alliance and principal of McCabe's Wine and Spirits. Kristen Techel, is a partner at Strike and Techel in San Francisco, California, and focuses her practice on alcoholic beverage control law. She represents licensees in all tiers as well as third-party providers. Bill Tomaszewski, Bill Tomaszewski then? Serves as general counsel for Wine.com, a New York licensed retailer offering online sales. Jim Trezise is the president of the New York Wine and Grape Foundation, representing wineries across the state. Brock Wanless serves as assistant general counsel to Groupon, a web-based company based in Chicago, Illinois. And Scott Wexler is the executive director of the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association, representing on-premises licensees across the state. Did I miss anybody? No. So this will comprise our task force for New York State. Thank you.
So the agenda, we didn't hand the agenda out. So the agenda for today is Commissioner and Kim are going to basically ask some open-ended questions and regarding third-party providers, and we're looking for input from all of you if you have it on a particular question. We have microphones. Hopefully they'll be working. We have one, so you are going to have to pass it, I guess. And at the end of it, we are going to open it up for public comment as well. And I do see members of the public and obviously someone in Albany or Buffalo, if they have any input, that will be welcome as well. So do you have anything to add? So why don't we start off by, there's a number of third-party providers in the room, as you heard, Amazon, Groupon, and Drizzly. So if we could go through each one of them and describe their business model and how they operate and how they are compensated by the licensees, which is really the major issue that I've run into since I've been here is whether they're compensated by a percentage or a flat fee, and I think that's going to be a major issue in this discussion. So if we could just start out with Amazon, then we'll go to Groupon after that, and then Drizzly.
Sounds like this is on now? Yeah. Great, okay. So thank you very much for having us here. I think I'll keep my comments brief. I mean, we operate a handful of different businesses. Yeah, absolutely. So mic is on. Is that better? I can't really get any.
Not for the room.
Got it. Okay, super. So hopefully it won't be too loud for folks in other locales. We operate as a third-party provider in a number of different contexts. Amazon Wine, which is a marketplace for third-party licensed alcoholic beverage sellers to make their selection available through our Amazon Wine marketplace.
Sorry, we still can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Certainly, yeah, happy to. So Amazon Wine is one of the marketplaces that we offer in which we operate as a third-party provider and provide. I'll use that as maybe the best example. It's been operating now for almost 3 years. And in that context, we provide a number of different services to licensed sellers of alcoholic beverages, specifically wine in that context. And we provide, among other things, marketing services, allowing our virtual shelf space as a website to be available to wineries. We provide payment processing and fraud protection services as an internet provider of those services to wineries. We don't provide fulfillment services in that context. I think the question was describing the business model in terms of the fee structure. In that context, we actually don't charge a flat fee. We charge a percentage-based fee, and that is applied when items sell. So when wine is sold through that marketplace, we charge a percentage of the sale of that wine as a fee. And we think that's a model that makes a lot of sense for the buying customer and the winery who's participating in the platform, specifically because the services that we provide vary based on transaction value. So things like fraud protection and payment processing services carry different risks depending on the value of the transaction. Also, when we looked at structuring that offering and we looked at flat fees versus percentage-based fees, we thought about what does the buying consumer want? They would like selection available at competitive prices. The wineries that participate on the platform are looking to offer their selection at competitive prices to those customers. And if we charge flat fees, that can make sense at a high price point wine, but it doesn't make sense at a lower price point wine. And so the percentage-based fee is simply a percentage of that transaction value when items sell. And there are no fees, really, generally speaking, when items don't sell. It's based on what sells on the platform. So I'll kind of stop there as a kind of quick preview.
Can I just clarify that Amazon Wine is for wineries only? Wineries are the only entities that are selling on that platform.
That's correct. Yeah. So as a general rule, it is wineries. It's only wine, and as a general rule, it's only wineries that are participating in that platform. Great. Should I pass it down? Who's next on the?
But Amazon has other models that are operating in New York currently.
Yeah, so Prime Now is another where we, again, it's licensed sellers of alcoholic beverages that are making their alcoholic beverages available. We're providing a listing service through an app, the Prime Now app. Very similar business model. A distinction there is that there are third-party delivery carriers that we're also contracting with. We're not the delivery service provider. And again, it's a licensed alcoholic beverage seller who is using our platform to market their products. We have a percentage-based fee that is applied at the time of sale. But I think that's kind of the general theme there.
So Amazon doesn't do the delivery and they don't do the sale.
That's correct. Yes, we are. Amazon is not a seller of record or a seller of any of the alcoholic beverages in that context.
Are there any other models that Amazon is currently operating in New York State?
I think those are really the two key ones. I'm not sure that our Amazon Fresh business is specifically operating in that context in New York. I'll speak to that business briefly also. So that's a business where it's through our Amazon marketplace again. Customers can purchase groceries as well as goods sold by third-party merchants. All offers, just like the other two offerings, clearly state the seller of records of the goods. And there's also a prompt in that context for items that are, like wine that require age, a specific age, 21 obviously for alcohol to be purchased. So there's a prompt for all items that contain alcohol that notify the customer that they must be at least 21 years of age to pick up, and that ID is also required at pickup. And that's one other important thing I should probably mention is that at delivery, there is age verification. So it's not just a reliance on people representing that they're 21 or over when they're purchasing the alcohol, but there's age verification at the time of delivery.
Yes. I just want to clarify something. These microphones are not working in the room, so you got to
Yeah.
talk louder than I am right now.
Yep.
Because they're having trouble hearing you back. They are working on the computer, though, so that's the good news. But his question was, can you tell us what percentage you are? Yes.
Yeah.
So the question, there you go. So the question was, can you tell us what percentage you are charging?
Yeah, so I think the general percentage is 15%, and that is a percentage of the item selling prices for items that sell through the marketplace. And again, so if you can kind of quickly, easily do the math, but if it's you take a single $100 bottle of wine, what we would call the referral fee, the fee for that transaction would be $15. And if it was, a $50 bottle of wine, it would be $7.50. So it's a 15% fee. And that's very consistent with the percentage-based fee that we charge for other categories through our platform. The fees do vary by category, so there's not a single fee that applies to all products that sell through Amazon. And those are published. You can go to our website and generally see those. But 15% is the most common percentage-based fee that we charge for product categories on Amazon websites.
Any other questions? Yes.
My understanding of the liquor law is that it's unlawful for an unlicensed third party to collect payment in the first place. So I'm just wondering, are you using a third-party payment process?
Well, we're gonna. I'll open it up to questions from the public afterwards, but we're gonna move on to Mr. Dano. Do you have a question?
Yes, my question is are these platforms available to all licensed sellers? Or are there territorial restrictions or other restrictions that apply as to whether or not a licensee can participate with Amazon?
So we rely on the license holders we basically look to the license holder as the person who has the privilege to sell alcohol. So the answer to that question is that the privileges that apply to that license holder in terms of where he or she or it can sell are what we follow. So we don't apply any additional territorial restrictions in that regard. Our platform is reliant upon the license holder's rights.
Yes, but can any person, if there are three licensees sitting at the edge of the table, can all three of them?
As a general rule, anyone can participate on our platform. We do reserve the right to make choices as to who can participate on our platform. So there's not a it is a privilege, not a right, to sell on our platform. But as a general rule, we value selection and competitive prices, and we think competition is good for that.
So could we hear from Groupon? So I get Mr. Dano's right. If you keep the microphone close to your mouth, it does work.
Just not in the mouth, right? Close?
I'll do that later.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes. All right. Hi, I'm Brock Wanless. I'm Assistant General Counsel at Groupon in Chicago. Thank you for having us here today. I appreciate the invitation from Jackie and the chairman. We've had in internet years quite a long history with the SLA and having this conversation, so we're happy to participate today. Much like Amazon, we offer a variety of marketing services to merchants, retailers, etc. I'll probably start in discussing those models in terms of a backward chronology in terms of what we're doing most recently versus what many of you may recognize as the historical Groupon model. So we have a platform called Groupon Goods. It's akin to what Amazon offers in terms of just general products available on their site. And I apologize in advance. I'm going to use Amazon as an example throughout my speech. That's what happens when you're an industry leader. You get referenced in other parties' speeches. So we market wine on Groupon Goods. We do not take title to wine. We are not the seller of record of wine. We offer marketing services on behalf of licensed wineries who have valid shipping and otherwise permits to produce and sell and market wine. We work with wineries all over the country, more specifically California, and with up until recent times, New York, in the sense that we, through our goods platform, allow consumers to see products that are available by a winery. The winery chooses which wines to offer for sale via goods, And if a consumer decides they see something they want to purchase, we do process the payment for the same. In terms of what actually happens in terms of fulfillment, the order is then processed and sent to the winery or whatever fulfillment company they are working with. The fulfillment company or the winery handles, from that point on, anything and everything to do with the transaction. They handle collecting the consumer information, packaging the wine, making sure it's shipped appropriately to the customer. For the services that we provide, we do charge what we call a marketing fee, and it's just that. It's a fee to provide the marketing services that we're offering the winery. In terms of percentages of the margin, it varies. We still do believe in capitalism, so it's whatever the market will dictate. Generally speaking, though, it sounds like our margin is pretty similar to what Amazon is currently using as sort of their average take. 15 to 20% depending on the offer. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it may be a little bit higher, but as many of you know, margins are slim in this industry, so we take that into account. That is the general goods model, and I'm probably glossing over a lot of the nitty-gritty details that many of you may be interested in, but we can certainly get to that later. We also offer via a relatively new category called Groupon stores. Stores is a little more direct sell. And what I mean by that is merchants have the ability to set up a virtual store via Groupon. And in doing so, they are 100% responsible for all content that goes onto the store. They're doing it more manually than the typical goods offer how that would be set up. The fulfillment, however, is the same. Again, it's the winery's responsibility to fulfill the order, and lastly, ensure that that delivery of the same is to an individual of age. So there isn't a whole lot of difference between those two models, but I pointed out simply because there is a distinction made on our site in terms of stores versus goods. What many of you probably recognize from Groupon is our voucher platform. Vouchers are akin to gift cards. They're not gift cards in certain respects, but generally speaking, that's how they're sort of viewed by regulatory agencies. With our voucher platform, we offer marketing services to retailers, restaurants, bars, package stores, wineries, breweries, distilleries, you name it. And we do this all around the country with virtually little or no friction in terms of how the regulators view this model. Basically what the voucher model is we offer a marketing service that allows the third-party seller to really structure any type of deal they want. It could be, food and drink at a restaurant. It could be just drinks at a bar. It could be a tour of a distillery, a tour of a brewery. Whatever it is, the retailer is legally allowed to market and sell to a consumer. They market that in the form of a voucher in which they legally issue, and that voucher can be then redeemed at the physical place of business for the services that were advertised. The voucher model, it's significantly different than the goods model in that, again, we're not the seller of record for the voucher or for the goods that are being exchanged for the voucher. It's truly more of a marketing model. In terms of the margins or the revenue that is generated from those types of sales, again, it really depends. It really depends on what the retailer is willing to pay for our marketing services, and it really depends on what it is we are marketing. At the end of the day, you're probably looking at between 25 and 30% on average margins. Again, I'm spitballing here. Sometimes it's none. Sometimes we make no money on these deals. Sometimes we may make a little bit more. That's generally the voucher model, right? And there's a lot of complications and nuances to that model. I'm sort of highlighting, generally speaking, what those are. But at the end of the day, it's really more of us marketing the services that the merchant wants to provide via a redeemable instrument that they themselves are the legal issuer of, and it's their responsibility when a customer shows up with that voucher to offer or provide the services for which the voucher is redeemable. So that's sort of my 5-minute speech on Groupon. If there are any questions I can answer, I'm happy to do so.
So we're going to now Drizzly. So no, I don't have any questions. Anyone else? So we'll now go to Drizzly.
Well, I echo the first two participants. Thanks for having us. Flattered that we'd be included amongst companies that are, to be honest, much larger than we are. A quick background on what we do and how we do it. So I will say it's been quite a 3.5 years since the last time I was in this room asking for a declaratory judgment on this very topic. Drizzly is a pretty simple company. Consumers log onto our app, website, give us a location, we connect them to a partner liquor store, they're able to pick their favorite beverage alcohol, check out, we send the money to the retailer is the merchant of record, the retailer fulfills the delivery. If the retailer chooses to use their own employee or a courier, that's up to them. You're not going to see a Drizzly employee showing up to your door, you're not going to see a Drizzly courier showing up to your door. The person that shows up to your door is going to be contracted or employed by a liquor store. Like I said briefly, we don't touch money. So when you look at your credit card statement, it's not going to say Drizzly Inc. It's going to say local liquor store from New York State licensee, and whoever that is. As it pertains to how we get paid, we charge a flat monthly license fee. It's essentially, you can call it to be a franchisee, if you will, to be a part of the network, which leads to another question of, well, how do we choose stores? Unfortunately, as much as I would love for this to be the case, not all package stores want to be on Drizzly. And even those that do want to be on Drizzly are not qualified necessarily to be on Drizzly. When we have to show a consumer inventory, we are quite literally showing them what's inside the store. That store's quantity levels, that store's prices. So our goal here is not to meddle with what you can see. We show absolutely as much as we possibly can of a given retailer's inventory. We also try and reflect as accurately as possible the exact price that's inside the store. All of this is to be as much hands-off from the entire process as possible. We're connecting you with a local liquor store. That's our goal. So when it comes to that fee, it's structured in as light a way as possible, to be honest. It is not tied directly to a percentage of sales. If I had to guess, it would net out to be somewhere between 4 and 10% of sales. We think that's fair, and it also depends on the licensee. Why does it depend on the licensee? Well, not all stores deliver to the same area. Not all stores have the same cost of doing delivery. This is our model across the country. Cost for a store in Indiana is a lot different than a cost for a store down in Soho. So, again, to be a part of Drizzly, it's open to everyone as long as you meet a certain set of criteria. That list could include things like having a point-of-sale system. We feel that we can't be in compliance if we can't pull your inventory and your prices. Do you keep your prices up to date? These are some very simple blocking and tackling pieces of technology that we need to be in compliance with what we feel is existing law. So as far as Drizzly is concerned, our goal is to be as hands-off as possible, even though you're coming in our front door to transact.
You mentioned liquor stores, but does Drizzly also work with beer licensees?
Yes.
Any other? Go ahead. Just identify yourself so the internet can.
This is Bill Tomaszewski from wine.com. Just a quick question, just to clarify how you work with the retailers. So are you giving the retailers a basic API so they can go in and they set up their own store? I mean, they're setting up their inventory, they're setting up their own prices. You're not doing it for them. You're giving them the tools to do it, and then they come back and they do it, and it shows up on your app.
Yeah, you know, the specifics of exactly how our technology works, I'd rather not discuss in public, but the point is, and the answer to your question is yes. Right? We're trying to be as hands-off as possible. Frankly, it doesn't work when you have hundreds of retailers around the country if you're doing this for retailers. That just doesn't scale. We're a small tech company with very limited amounts of capital.
I just wanted, you said before, we send the money to the retailer, and you said we don't collect the money. So could you just explain what you meant by that?
Sure. So when you, let's say you're going to a grocery store or a liquor store and you're buying $100 worth of vodka, when you hit checkout, $100 goes from your credit card to the licensed retailer. We do not take a fee from that. We do not store that. We do not escrow it. We don't touch it. Quite literally, if we wanted to put our hands on that transaction flow, we couldn't. The flow itself, if I were to put it up on a chart, compared to a normal in-store swipe, you couldn't tell the difference.
I think we have a question at the end of the table down there from Mr. Leone.
Paul Leone, New York State Brewers Association. So do you only work with retailers, or would you work for a local distillery or a local brewery?
So it depends on the state, to be honest. I tell you right now, we only work with retailers. There's no reason, if a state allowed it, why we couldn't use the same technology to allow a brewer, small brewer, even large brewer, to self-fulfill or deliver. But again, we have 26 law firms representing us around the country. We work with Jackie. It's going to depend on the state and what it allows.
Go ahead.
Brian McKenzie from the New York State Distillers Guild. You talked a little bit about how the merchants are selected for participating in Drizzly. How about the actual product set, I guess? Is it some subset of what they offer, or do they choose which products they put out, or do you all choose that?
So that was my point about inventory and how that comes on board. When we say a retailer has to have a point of sale system and it has to be up to date, the reason is we're trying to pull as much as possible. Do we get it perfect? No. Does the retailer get it perfect? No, but we certainly try to. And that's just for consumers, right? There's really no value for a consumer to come into Drizzly and see 200 products when the local liquor store down the street has 5,000. So our goal is not to curate. Our goal is to show as much as possible and to have the prices reflect as accurately as possible. But ultimately, that's up to the retailer. We're not going to impose that they can or cannot have a certain selection of products. It'll inform whether or not we feel they're a good partner, but I'm not going to assert that type of control on a licensee.
What about advertising? Is there any advertising on your app for any alcohol or any particular stores?
Advertising for stores or advertising for suppliers?
Both.
Yes.
What kind?
So suppliers do advertise on Drizzly. I should clarify, the way it works is you're not necessarily picking your local liquor store. We're going to assign you the store that fulfills your area. And as far as supplier advertising, we work essentially in the construct of the way the law says now. It's traditional digital banner advertising. So what you're not going to see is a brand paying to favor one licensee over another. It is agnostic to that.
And what other relationships does your company have with manufacturers?
So as part of that advertising, manufacturers will be able to see analytics that are garnered from those campaigns. So I think specifically, Jackie, there's a data relationship that'll be there, but that pertains to whatever campaign they ran.
And is that part of the fee? Are they paying for that? The data?
Yes, suppliers will, as part of whatever fee they're paying us, that package is one of a various set of ad products that we give them.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, yeah, we're going to, the public, it's going to be open to the public after we're done here. Anyone else on the committee? Speak up. I know.
So on Drizzly, any store, no matter how close to the store that's already using it, can be on Drizzly. So you're the same as the guy. That's not
Can you just repeat the question for me?
The question is, if you have a store right now, and the guy 2 blocks down, the guy 2 blocks down wants to be on Drizzly, who's got the same point of sale and whatnot, is he allowed to be on Drizzly as well?
Yes, this is a good question. As much as I'd love for this to be a scenario we run into often in New York, it is not. What happens is we take a look at the fulfillment, how it's working, and generally speaking, we'll divide the territory up. So we will let multiple retailers take what was one retailer's territory and split it up depending on the level of demand. I mean, ultimately, the cost of doing delivery for a retailer, if there isn't demand there, ends up adding up, and it just becomes unprofitable for retailers. So, for us, it's a reliability issue. For us, it's a continuity issue, making sure that stores are performing the way we need them to. And so long as there is the demand for it, we will take an area and we will continue to divide it up.
Is there a distance by which you want to go?
I mean, it becomes a level of absurdity, but to be honest, as far as I'm concerned, Drizzly, if it's a 1 block radius per retailer and we have tens of thousands of retailer, that's just a better experience for consumers. Is it realistic for a retailer? Probably not, and I wouldn't expect retailers to want to be a part of that either.
Anything else? So now I want to move to ask any of the licensees on the task force, and that includes the 3 liquor store associations, what type of third-party providers, if any, they they engage in themselves, or they're aware that their clientele engage, or their constituents engage in. And then also, Mr. Wexler, your constituents as well.
They're happy to hear that. And I like it. And I happen to like, personally, the flat fee opposed to the percentage. That's always been my feeling on third-party apps, that if you have a percentage, you're like a partner without the overhead. So I happen to personally like the Drizzly model, and I do well with them. A lot of my members use Drizzly. A lot of my members who, when Drizzly was first presented to them, poo-pooed it, and now are trying to get back in it. But they're told that they can't because the guy up the block is already in Drizzly, which is why I asked the question before. I believe they do. There are a lot of them, Jackie. I mean, like, names that we didn't mention, and I've heard that all kinds of stuff goes on with these third-party providers. Like one of them, where the liquor store doesn't participate, if you use them, you'll get 10% off your order, and the third-party provider takes care of that somehow. It doesn't come out of the liquor store's pocket, so there's a lot of these guys. One of the third parties, whatever we call them, when you use them, would offer, and I heard this last year, the consumer an additional discount off their bill, which was not coming from the liquor store. It was coming from that third party, which, I guess is good for the liquor store if they're going to get more business and people are using them. But there are so many of these doing all kinds of different things, which I guess is why we're here today.
I'm not aware of any of my members who utilize third-party providers. I'm sure there are some out there. Drizzly isn't as popular upstate because it's a fair hike to make a delivery. And people who do offer, I offer delivery, but it's, it's usually phoned into my store. Third-party providers, we've kind of all been, at least the New York State Liquor Store Association has kind of been sitting on the sideline, more towards that one question that came from the public earlier. The percentage of being part of a transaction and not licensed is concerning to us. So there's been no official third-party provider position from the New York State Liquor Store Association.
I presently do not use any of these sites or apps, but I know many members of Metro who use Drizzly, and Mini Bar is another one that I hear often. There's a lot of other names and pop-ups that I constantly hear with different business models. One of the things that I find interesting is I do speak to a lot of retailers, as you can imagine, and there seems to be a different answer every time I ask what is the percentage that is charged by Mini Bar and Drizzly. So Jeff just said flat fee. I spoke to a couple of retailers over the weekend. They said between 5 and 10%, depending on the business that they do. So that concerns me, because this is obviously a regulated business. Should this be regulated? Should those percentages be regulated? And I've also heard the same thing about neighborhoods. Some people are locked out. So I understand that Drizzly, who's at the table here today, has a business model that they obviously want to show the best possible retailer to the consumer that they're marketing to. But this criteria, I would just like to be more transparent. I think it would be better for all involved. And certainly the fee structure, because I've met with them in the past and I enjoyed their concept and their conversation. I just really never closed a deal with them because I just felt I wanted to see how it went. And I've been hearing more and more different answers, particularly about the fee structure. So that would be my concern.
Good morning. My name is Jim Trees-Eisen. First of all, I want to thank you, Chairman, for holding these hearings. I think this is something that's very timely and could be very beneficial to our industry and others as well. Generally speaking, the wine industry totally endorses making the beverages of choice available in a maximum way to legal age adults. In various means. And certainly we know that our society is changing. The internet is playing an increasing role. For many years, wineries themselves have been marketing directly through the internet as well, and we've welcomed the internet, the third-party providers. There are a number of wineries in New York, dozens that work through Amazon. And there has been variable success rates, which to me does not reflect on Amazon, but rather on the individual wineries. Some are better marketers than others. Some have larger reputations than others in terms of, their name recognition in other states and so forth. So we are very much in favor of any kind of a system with third-party providers that is monitorable and enforceable, with the law and that kind of thing. So we're very happy to be able to be part of this task force and hope that we can move on and open up some new opportunities because, as you know, because of Governor Cuomo's policies and initiatives since the summits, the wine industry in New York has grown very, very strongly. And we think that can happen more so as long as we're able to sell more product. Then we're going to have to grow more grapes, build more wineries, and hire more people and so forth. So we're very excited about this, and we certainly endorse it. I think that that's probably something that when we have the public part of the conversation, my colleague Steve Bate from Long Island is here, and I think he specifically could answer that question better than I.
The brewers are not using the third-party providers other than Groupon for brewery tours and things like that. But as far as delivery, that's what I was curious about through Drizzly. I don't know of any breweries that are doing that currently.
We definitely have some members in the distilling industry using third-party providers. A couple that haven't been mentioned here today are really more of they're offering a service of curating products to some degree and trying to find some more of the more obscure whiskey brands that are being produced out there. So we've had some luck working with those companies. And as far as Groupon goes, I know that several are using from a tourism perspective. It's a big part of our industry is trying to draw traffic to the actual sites of production, and Groupon's been an effective way to do that.
I want to echo what everybody has said. Lynn Omley from the Distilled Spirits Council. Jim, your comments, my colleagues' comments. Our members do advertise on third-party provider sites like Drizzly, and they get some of the analytic data. If I could, in many ways, the moniker third-party provider is a bit misleading. When you saw Drizzly explain their model, is if you're thinking back, at least my age, in 1950s, it's like having a billboard. You'll have Omley's gin being advertised. It is, by and large, you have no idea what consumers going to see that. We certainly don't know what retailers, it could be thousands, or it could be hundreds, or it could be tens of thousands that are part of the Drizzly business model. Equally true, we've got analytic data that some member companies may purchase. But again, that data is like consumer behavior data. You could get that from Nielsen, get it from IRI. In fact, basically the wealth of data available is amazing, continues to basically explode. minute by minute. None of it is, as I say, PPI data. So in my mind, and that's why we welcome this dialogue, in terms of, what's a third-party provider, what can be done, what cannot be done, to give some clarity so people can take advantage of today's marketplace. Because, frankly, the days of the billboard are gone, and the days of other kind of things are gone. And so this way, in many respects, by building bridges, by thinking what's out here, the retailer benefits, the wholesaler benefits, the supplier benefits, yet in a way that'll stay within the four corners of your rules. And I guess just finally, in terms of just the query, although you didn't ask me, is in terms of advertising on some of these sites, to me, there's absolutely no Tide House violation. Again, it's kind of like a billboard that you drive by. I think it was described as a banner ad. And so there is no one advertiser that's being favored over another advertiser. And I like the way you put it. It's very agnostic. We have no idea in terms of what retailers or consumers are viewing our ads on those sites, but we certainly hope they'll choose the right brand. So thank you. You got a brief comment, Mr.?
Southern Wine and Spirits is a member of the WSWA, which has endorsed Drizzly.
First of all, I want to thank the chairman for having the opportunity to be here. I think the message of what you're trying to accomplish is very progressive. I view it as very pro-consumer. And what we're hearing in here from all these different types of business models, from the experience that I've had on this, and I've worked with people like Tom Donahoe for over 15 years trying to come up with some guidance in this entire area. And during that period of time, the business models have all expanded, changed, Drizzly. But when you break it down, what I think the task for us is going to be to hit the right regulatory buttons, what I would call headlines for our analysis, because you can't get into every one of the details. The main thing we know, and I believe, Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, that the term third-party service provider sort of developed when we did the California advisory, because essentially these are service people. They're reached in a outsourcing of services, but services have been provided to every phase of the industry for a long period of time. And what I have learned in dealing with this in a great majority of the states, I would like to put forth for your thoughts, and I would recommend that if you have an interest, read the California advisory, because a lot of the points that we're talking about here are covered from a policy standpoint in that advisory. We had a cross-section of industry participants, trade associations, 2 former directors of the California ABC, staff people. So we went through for 9 months examining every point that we've discussed here today. So if I was to summarize for you what I think we should be looking at in headlines would be order placement. Under that, I would include payment processing, control of funds, and customer service. The second major point is fulfillment, packing, labeling, and warehousing. The third primary point is transportation and delivery. The fourth primary point is wine selection and product availability, which will vary from state to state. Record keeping, and then we get to regulatory. The main regulatory concern is that these service providers are not crossing the mark where they're actually the ones controlling who makes the sale. Every state wants to make sure that that sale is being made by the licensed premise. The relationships are very close, but that's true of the conventional part of the industry. Manufacturers, correct me if I'm wrong, work with distributors who work with retailers. They provide services, they provide point of sale, et cetera, et cetera. But the regulatory part of the puzzle does vary from state to state. New York has certain policies, California has certain policies, and we go further and further. And the last part of it is branding. Again, there are different views on the branding part of it. So from my perspective, whether you're talking about Drizzly or Groupon, they all should be part of this process. There's room for it if we create the right atmosphere and the right type of policy that covers all of this. We can't get into, from a governmental standpoint, every single detail. But if we identify the key areas, I think we're on the right track.
Thank you. Could you just pass that to Mr. Wexler?
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking...
Will you just identify yourself for the internet?
I'm Scott Wexler. I'm Executive Director of the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association. I want to thank Governor Cuomo for including on-premise licensees, restaurants, taverns, bars, hotels, bowling centers, etc., in this conversation. I want to thank Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Kim and their senior staff for the work they've done to get us to this meeting this morning. Lynn, my friend Lynn Omley mentioned in the 1950s with billboards, but the fact of the matter is until very recently, and it's only through the leadership of Governor Cuomo that we are moving this industry from the 1950s to the 21st century, and this meeting is an example of it. Our members and on-premise licensees throughout the state are using a variety of providers, several of whom you've heard today. Some are known, others you've never heard of. What I've gained in my 30-plus years of representing on-premise retailers, that most everything not explicitly permitted under the Alcohol Beverage Control Law is presumed to be prohibited. And as our folks have walked into this space, they rarely ask that question. They see the tools that are being used in other industries for marketing or sales, and it logically just makes sense for them to expand into them. And not all of the providers that are approaching them are as responsible and as transparent as the companies represented here today. I dare say that most folks just show up and start selling, and they find out later whether or not it's compliant with the law. And there's an awful lot of small-scale marketers. So what our folks are looking for is guidance and clarity so we can grow our businesses, market our businesses the way you've heard talked about, but doing so in a compliant way. And I think it's also important that as we blaze the trail for the 21st century, we not forget about the 19th and 20th century lessons and framework within this industry has been built. It would be a darn shame if we designed rules that worked for the millennials but left folks who have been in business for 20, 30 years behind because their business model wasn't able to adapt to it. So again, I thank you for including us, and I look forward to contributing a perspective from the on-premise licensee's perspective.
Anheuser-Busch, does Anheuser-Busch use third-party providers at all? Or?
We
We do. We
Okay,
use,
can you explain that?
Fresh Direct, Minibar. Have been approached by a number of companies, contemplated using a number of different ones. Obviously, always concerned with compliance. And to Mort's point, I think the California advisory has been very instructive for setting up some quite specific details on what we need to know about flow of funds, how orders are processed, and interested in seeing the same in New York. For us, a key point in particular that I heard echoed by the three companies earlier, making certain that the product ends up in the hands of legal drinking age consumers, which is something that very important to us, and safeguarding that, making sure that the right verifications are online, and also at the time of delivery for couriers. But exciting new area, definitely seeing a lot of sales flowing from it. Want to make sure that it's done compliantly, done in a manner that ensures a level playing field so that everyone has access, and that, as Mr. Wexler said, that we keep in mind kind of history of what we've learned from the past and don't see tied house problems creeping into it. But I think we're on a good path with the task force and appreciate the invite.
Can I just clarify, when you say AB uses third-party providers for advertising purposes?
For advertising purposes.
All right, so we've kind of gone through an agenda of how we're going to try to attack this, and I think the first thing that we want to ask task force members, and anyone can chime in here regarding this, is a definition of what a third-party provider should be. And I think that the confusion or lack of clarity in that regard has come up even in many of the comments that we've heard so far. So I think we probably need to start with what that definition should be. Is there any distinction to be made between third-party providers who work with on-premise licenses and those that work with off-premise, because we've heard about both of those? And is there any distinction that should be made between those that offer discounts and those that do not? Because we've also heard about both of those. So why don't we start? Does anyone have any comments? Mr. Edward?
I think it's different than what's been discussed so far, so I'd be curious to hear from Lot 18. But they do have a unique business model.
Jackie already answered the question. We operate as a retailer in the state of New York. We have a retail outlet in Mahopac, New York, and we operate through that license.
And most of your sales are internet sales, but you do have a brick and mortar store.
Correct. That's a brick and mortar store in Mahopac.
Okay.
Thank you. So I think the question now is, how would we define a third-party provider in a future state? And I think our view is that a third-party provider would be any third party, whether an individual or a business, that is in a position to help a license holder exercise its privileges. We believe that there are likely many services that we've yet to anticipate that could benefit license holders in operating their businesses. What we know today is that license holders appreciate and value the help with marketing, with payment processing, with fraud protection. To some extent, I think some of the other folks here have spoken about fulfillment. Those are clearly some areas in which third-party providers today add value, but we would prefer to see a world in which the law does not define exactly the constraints within which services can be offered in terms of what specific services, but it's all, in our view, about helping the third party or allowing the third party to help the license holder exercise its privileges, and that the license holder remains the seller of record responsible for those obligations. The third party is there to help. And that's, in our view, very similar to how website operators and other third-party providers help businesses of all kinds, large and small, run their operations.
I have to agree with that definition. The only thing is that when you say the licensee remains the seller of record. I think that's where the rubber hits the road, as Paul Karamanel would say. That's the question of what does it mean for the licensee to remain the seller of record. If all it means is that the licensee's name pops up at the end of the transaction and the consumer really doesn't know who he or she is dealing with until after they have actually made the selection, agreed to the price, and agreed to the purchase, and then a name pops up and says your order is being fulfilled by, that person's no different than a warehouse. That's not the licensee that I perceive as the same as Mike Carrera or Jeff Saunders being the responsible person. Where you're dealing with assisting, where Amazon or anybody else is dealing with assisting a retailer, in my view, the first thing that the consumer should know as soon as they have done that part of the deal that allows the third-party provider to identify who the licensee is going to be, you should shift the way it was described by the Groupon people, that you shift to a place where you see the retail licensee, you see the retail licensee's own prices, you see the retail licensee's own goods, and you know you're dealing with that retail licensee, and to the extent that there is goodwill associated with the business and the sale, that a goodwill accumulates to the retail licensee. And to the extent that there is a problem with that retail licensee, both the third-party provider and the consumer know who that retail licensee that they don't want to do business with in the future, or they do want to do business with in the future again, is. And that's, I think, a critical point to what we're dealing with here, because so many of the third-party providers have set up a system where you really don't get to see who the retailer is until you check out, and it's just either a footnote. By the way, in New York, we're being fulfilled by Omni Package Store, or selling Omni liquor, which is Omni vodka, sorry, right? Or at the last sentence, at the last page, on that checkout page, there's a little thing, and maybe if you look at the receipt that on your credit card, that's where you see the retailer. If that's where you see the retailer, then the person who is doing it is also, in my opinion, a licensee.
Yeah, I think it's hard to disagree with that position, and I'll speak briefly to our Amazon wine marketplace, with which I'm most familiar in terms of the businesses we currently operate. And in that marketplace, when you're shopping for wine on our Amazon.com, /wine marketplace, you see up front who is offering each individual product. So that is conspicuous and clear. We also, and this is something that wineries have told us they highly value and we built for them, we let them tell their story. So it's not just a picture of a wine bottle and with the label and sold by, but it's also, you can get very rich information that the wineries provide about their wineries, how they make their products, what they believe in, their value system, things like that. So, and that sort of conspicuousness of who you're purchasing from flows through that whole transaction experience.
I do want to stick on the definition. We're getting a little into the nitty-gritty, but
I apologize.
I just have a quick comment. I mean, to get back to what you're saying, what the definition is, I mean, we could get lost in the minutia of everything. I mean, I'm assuming that your bottom line is that you're looking to prevent someone who is unlicensee availing himself of a licensee. So, but with the minutia, you can go back to the 1980s or the 1970s where a credit card company, package stores weren't allowed to take credit cards because they were charging a fee. And so then we evolved from there. But at wine.com, I mean, all right, the third-party providers I use, I mean, we use credit card companies. We use FedEx and UPS are essential to our business, the common carriers, and they charge us a fee. And then you can even go into website development or website hosting. A lot of these places charges fees. So, I mean, I guess my big question is how do we do you define it really broadly, or are we defining, do we really want to get into minutia of everything?
Well, I think the main issue in my mind is what Mr. Dano explained is we don't want to avail of the
I also think it's worth noting, and this is, at least as we look at the landscape around the country, what's becoming more and more evident, that delivery and e-commerce are being blurred. And that for the license holders and the folks that represent license holders, they're delivering. They've been delivering for as long as delivery's been legal. The fact that it's now possible as a result of e-commerce in this new different way, or maybe they're doing more delivery than they used to, may be a separate conversation and maybe bleeding in unnecessarily. It could or it couldn't, but from an e-commerce perspective, there's three very different models, right? What Groupon's doing, what Amazon's doing with direct from winery versus Prime Now, very, very different businesses. So if you want to stay high level, it's really about a focus on what are the things you have to do as an e-commerce provider, and then if there's a set of delivery laws that also fit in with that, that's fine, but that may be a separate discussion. We've got common carrier laws, we've got existing delivery laws that already are in place now, and I think the line is getting blurred in truth because what we offer is connecting you with a delivery service, but it's a distinction that we should probably be aware of.
Could I elaborate on that? So that's a very good point, and I do believe that with the technology and the constant evolvement of this kind of doing business, which is obviously all new to everyone and constantly changing, I think the reality is that there is certain even within some of the people here that offer different capabilities. So like Amazon, I'm aware of has what they do for wineries, which is basically setting up a site on the Amazon site, and wineries are able to basically showcase their products. But then I'm also aware that Amazon has let's say a basket fulfillment service for a community of, let's say you want to buy milk and this and that, and then they do that. So that is obviously quite a different business model. And so that's where I'm concerned because, like you pointed out in Drizzly, as a retailer, the retailer delivers the product. The retailer owns the product. The retailer checks the ID of the product. The retailer gets paid. So as these businesses evolve and change, I certainly applaud what you're trying to do here, all of you. But certainly these, I think, are the questions, and we have to understand there is different, obviously, types of internet retailing, and I think would be very helpful if Amazon broke down exactly each aspect, or have somebody from the New York State marketplace that, because you may not know this exactly yourself, exactly talk about, I mean, if somebody buys a loaf of bread and a quart of milk, can they have their wine and liquor somehow packaged in that and then delivered to either a location or, I don't know. I mean, I hear this stuff all the time. And there's tons of delivery services out there that are offering these kind of services. I get knocked on my door all the time. I don't even know if it's legal, if it's not legal. So these are questions we're looking for guidance. But I mean, I think starting with your company, because you have, it seems to me, like a handful of a la carte offerings. So not just the one that we all expect. So.
Yeah, so I mean,
I did hear that, Jack, but there was like the basket thing.
Yeah, so, and I can kind of, I'll speak in a high level, because I think it is important to keep I would love to keep the discussion focused on where would we like to see the law evolve, and what do we think should be permissible. I can say that when you're purchasing, wine on the Amazon platform, you are purchasing, the wine from that licensed wine seller. The payments, I think this was commented on by another person in connection with their marketplace as well earlier, that the funds are going to the wine seller. The wine seller is responsible for setting their prices, things of that nature. I think in a future state, and I will also say that when you purchase wine on the platform, that wine is being picked and packed and shipped out by the license holder. So it's coming from the license holder to a delivery carrier that's going to do age verification at delivery. In connection with our Prime Now business, similarly, the merchant who is the licensed wine seller is packaging that wine product. It's getting picked up by a delivery carrier. I'm not certain the extent to which that delivery carrier might also pick up other items and deliver them in one package.
Carrier connected to Amazon.
They are a delivery carrier that's authorized to work with our platform. We trust that they're going to do the proper verification and things of that nature at delivery. Well, I think that's probably a detail of our business model that I'd prefer not to get into in this meeting. I think that's kind of getting pretty deep into the weeds. But I think what I'd like to do is focus on what a customer's looking for. So I think in a future state, if a customer says, I'd like to buy 6 or 8 or 10 different things, some of those items might include an alcoholic beverage. If that's being sold by a licensed alcoholic beverage retailer, then would a customer want to get that with their milk and eggs and other items that they're purchasing? I think that's what a customer would want.
But in New York State, you're not allowed to do that
No.
within a store.
Again, I'm commenting on where we would like to see the law evolve potentially. So I think that's kind of the question that was asked. What do we want to see things evolve to? And we'd like to work from the customer backwards.
Well, I just still want to get back to the definition because we are getting, and we've kind of formulated. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dennis.
I'm sorry. I took a crack at this, and this is what I came up with. Any vendor or service company which seeks to advertise or assist in the sale of beverage alcohol and bases its fee in any fashion upon the amount of goods sold, the sales price, or the number of visits made to an actual electronic or applicable site.
Why don't you read it again?
Any vendor or service company which seeks to advertise or assist in the sale of beverage alcohol and bases its fee in any fashion upon the amount of goods sold, the sales price, or the number of visits made to an actual electronic or application site.
Okay. Now we have some comments down the table. Could you pass your mic down?
This is Brock Wanless from Groupon. I wish I would have had the mic before I heard the definition. I was going to make a comment, and this is my thinking on this. You know, I don't want to assume that regulation of all third-party providers is necessary here. I think there needs to be a compelling reason for how we define certain third-party providers as fitting within some type of licensing or permitting structure. Listening to the definition that was just provided, you know, where my mind goes is essentially almost any and all advertising on the internet will be regulated. I don't think that's where we want to be. I don't think that's intentional. Just hearing it for the first time and the second time when you read it again, that's where my mind went immediately. So that probably requires some further study. To drill down just a little bit into what the chairman said about what it means to avail, I guess, what's the phrase you used, to avail oneself of a liquor license or a license. I'm not entirely sure what that means in every context. I know within the Groupon models that I've tried to explain today, I don't see us availing ourselves of a license in any respect. And
I'm going to interrupt you only because I'm not insinuating that any of you are. The problem that I'm having in the position I'm in, and Commissioner Kim has the same problem, is that there really is no clarity. We keep getting these requests for declaratory rulings, and the business models change so significantly, and I think it would be helpful, and it has to be helpful for someone who's trying to develop a business to know what they're required to do before they come in here, rather than come and throw me 50 other declaratory rulings that might look a little bit like their business model. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I'm not insinuating anybody is availing anything.
No, I apologize for not making my statement.
I just make one point on the availing issue. So what ends up happening is, you know, we're operating under the traditional laws, and so in many cases when you have availing issues that come before us with package stores, even with a husband and wife at times, when, you know, one person's the licensee and the other person is not, and whatever happens, maybe there's some marital issues and one person leaves, and then the other person who's not a licensee takes over the store, never notifies us, never went through the application process to be a licensee, and so we don't have the safeguards and the background check available to us. So when you talk about availing, I think that's the traditional concept, and now we're applying those laws to the e-commerce sites that are coming before us. And obviously, you know, it's a little different when Amazon, let's say, is doing the same kind of, or if you're profiting in any way from a licensee sale of alcohol, then that kind of availing is very different from what we're talking about, right? So that, I think, just to put it into context, that's why we're here to try to really deal with, I think, as someone pointed out, the e-commerce third-party providers.
And I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, we don't want to interrupt you, so I think first we should let him speak.
going?
And then.
Yeah. All right. Sure, and you'll get the mic next, I promise. Sorry, Mort. No, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I guess I just wanted to make that comment because I wasn't quite sure what the frame of mind was with the commission. And I'm hearing some comments today that just kind of make me wonder if we've already taken a step without really considering what this really means in terms of internet marketing. Because again, I think a lot of us view ourselves as marketers, right? We're not selling alcohol, at least in the traditional sense. Marketing is one thing, selling is another. Does that mean we're a provider even, right? I don't know. Having reviewed the California advisory, you know, I guess in some respects I will respectfully disagree with Mort. I think it's a good starting point. I think it'd be interesting to review and study in terms of how it lays out, you know, how they view the regulation of third-party providers. But again, that advisory was written, what, in 2011, 2012? How many of us were really involved in those issues in 2011, 2012? Not many. I mean, Drizzly wasn't around. We were just starting. You know, I'm not sure. I know Amazon was around, but I don't think there was much going on in the alcohol space at that time. And in my view, I think the world has changed significantly since that advisory was released. So again, I think it's helpful to look at, but I don't think we should use it as the starting point.
Back to the definition that you're looking for. I think that Kevin brought up a lot of really good points, and I think the most important is the identity. Is not blurring the identity of the licensee with the third-party provider. And something I'm noticing at this table that's very interesting is that you have people like Lot 18 and Drizzly and Wine.com who have bent over backwards to try to make sure that they're operating within the bounds of the law and not processing payments. And then you have Amazon, and no offense, but Groupon, who are actually taking the money. And I know that back when Chairman Rosen was looking into this, a big part of whether something was considered to be operating within the bounds of New York state law and not within the bounds of New York state law was whether or not you were handling the money. Amazon's saying that ultimately the winery gets the money, but the key is that it ultimately gets the money. If you do go on Amazon and you do click on products, they do go into a basket, and you can have running shoes in a basket with wine, and the way that you're charged, the money goes into, as I understand it, goes into escrow and then goes ultimately to the winery. Whereas with Drizzly, you're completely hands off, and that money is going straight to the licensee. And I think that when you're looking at the definition, that the most important thing is that you not blur the lines of the identity of the retailer, whether it's a winery retail licensee or a retailer licensee, but not blurring the lines between the identity, and also very important to define who's taking the money. That's all.
On the definitional front, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Dano, because I don't think that the definition of a third-party provider should be focused on the payment process. Am I on? Oh, okay, is that better? I don't think the definition should be focused on how they're compensated, because as Bill pointed out, UPS, FedEx, third-party providers, very integral to your business. The Other thing that we've been trying to take into account is what Nick pointed out, of that we really are focused. This is the ABC e-commerce task force. We are focused on e-commerce, and Amazon is speaking to the fact that you guys do innovation so fast that we probably are never going to keep up with you. So we want something that is broad and that is focused on e-commerce. So the definition that we've been working with is a third-party provider operates internet websites, smartphone applications, social media, or other platforms for the purpose of facilitating sales of alcoholic beverages. Do you want me to say it again? Or? Okay. Third-party providers operate internet websites, smartphone applications, social media, or other platforms for the purpose of facilitating sales of alcoholic beverages, and would like to get your reactions on that definition.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Couple of points. Connie, the point
Just try to keep the microphone, Mr. Siegel, to your...
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Hear me? Connie's point about control of funds, I did cover that. That falls under the category of order placement, and it is a very important issue. As far as availing is concerned, every agency has already a principle that availing violates the law. However, it is a very factually intensive issue. The basis of retail licensees controlling the sale deals with the issue of control and supervision over the entire process. So factually, if you were to show in a given case that a licensee has nothing to do with what the third-party service provider is doing, he's just on his own, well then obviously you may have a very good example of a violation of availing. So from my experience, it is very factually intensive. The proper mechanism is already in place in every one of the states. We've dealt with availing in many different ways throughout the years. As far as a definition, Jackie had a good one, and it's something that should be more general, and then you get into the details. I would offer this. The term third-party service provider refers to unlicensed entities. At this point, they are unlicensed entities that are involved with promotion, marketing, and facilitation of sales of alcoholic beverages by licensees. So it's a part of what Jackie was talking about.
Thank you. Jackie, I do like your definition. It's very similar to what was offered by Brad? No. Brock, I'm sorry. And by my colleagues down the line is, it's flexible for the future. I know even you look at a definition that, frankly, California had in their 2011 advisory, that is now passé. Two, I think in terms of now you've got the head, it's like, what are you going to put on the bones and the meat around them? And that could be, in my mind, as critical, but I think it's broad. It's something that, frankly, 10 years from now still would work. And I do think, in terms of bifurcating that definition, it could be a situation when, similar to what you said, facilitating, retail sales or assisting someone in their license privileges, and then stating what are the actual retail functions that must be performed by the retailer. Selection of brands, pricing of brands, the acceptance and the fulfillment of the order. Like 3 key functions. And so it'd be the reverse image, I think, Scott, you referred to, unless it's explicitly allowed, it's deemed to be prohibited. But this would be the flip side. Okay, if you don't do those 3 things, and this is just on that one part of the kind of the retail function. I will say, selection of brands, pricing of brands, and the acceptance and fulfillment of an order. In my mind, those are the key functions of a retailer.
I think that's what we intend to get to after we can find, no, you're telepathic, you're seeing where we want to go. If we can get a definition.
We can let you run this and we'll be out of here in 15 minutes.
So just briefly, I want to embrace the proposed definition that Jackie has offered up. I was going to comment on Kevon and on Mort's language, that one of the problems we've been dealing with in the on-premise industry has been party promoters. And it was the significant difference, while Mort and Kevon's definitions were broad, Jackie's was just a little bit more specific by tying it to the e-commerce topic. And I think that's very important to avoid legalizing a behavior that we have all worked hard to avoid, folks who are availing other people's licenses to drive underage or dangerous drinking.
Yeah, I'm neither a lawyer nor a third-party provider, but I also want to endorse the definition that Jackie put out, because I think it covers it all. It's general enough, and then you can get to the specifics. So I think it's really good.
So one question about the definition. So we talked about carriers like UPS and FedEx earlier. How would we view a carrier who is delivering an order placed online to a customer who purchased the item from a license holder? The license holder had control over acceptance or rejection of the order. How would we view the fulfillment service provider in that context? Mm-hmm. Right. And so a third-party provider of fulfillment services in that context would not be a TPP in that definition. Okay.
So that would include a lot of wineries like out of California, they hire third-party fulfillment houses. I think that's where you were going with that, like a wine shipping network. What they do is they have their companies, they do work with wineries. The wineries store their, even in New York, I think that happens too, up in Albany. They have a warehouse where they store wine for wineries. The orders come through and they pick, pack, and ship it on behalf of the wineries. So you're not including that in the third-party provider, like a warehouse license. Okay.
Sure. Hi, I'm Kristen. I like the definition from Jackie. I like the definition from Sean. I like the comments from Brock. And in general, I think the idea of a broad definition that has some forward-thinking application is the right way to go while still having enough constraints so that you guys feel like you have the party promoting and other activity that is talked about excluded from what you're trying to cover with this. I do want to caution the panel, too, that there's a lot of discussion about the three people who are here representing third-party providers, and there must be 200 or 300 third-party providers that are out there. These are ones that are not afraid to sit on a public panel in front of the SLA. So I think that the people who need guidance probably are not the examples we're hearing about today, and we should keep that in mind. Also on the issue of the definition, and you also asked, should there be a distinction between on-premise sales and off-premise sales for third-party providers? In my opinion, since a third-party provider is limited to helping a licensee exercise the privileges of its license, there should not be a difference. If there are universal restrictions that all third-party providers are required to abide by, and all licensees are always required to abide by all of the many, many restrictions, including limits on discounting or limits on packaging milk with distilled spirits. Those rules still apply. The third parties should just be allowed to help the licensees exercise the limited privileges that each licensee has. You also asked if it should be a difference regarding discounts or no if the third-party provider was involved in those, and I would say, again, that goes to the underlying privileges of the licensee that's involved. So if there's a restriction on a licensee offering a discount, for example, in New York, I believe on-premise licensees are not supposed to discount beyond 50%. That same rule would apply to any activity that they engage in with a third-party provider. And then one last comment as we work through definition is I'm hearing a lot of repeated themes of concerns. So it makes sense to me to have a permissive or broader definition and then really drill down into the specifics of what the limits are that define what is acceptable. And just to kind of bring up the key gripes or concerns that I'm hearing are availability to all, percentage versus flat fee payments, and then a whole bunch of concepts under the idea of retailer control or licensee control and maintaining that, including identification of the retailer, touching the money or what should be allowable with touching the money, and the requirement to follow the law in general. And as to touching the money, I want to say just one more thing, which is as e-commerce expands, consumers do not want to hand their credit card over to 100 different websites. There's a big problem with credit card fraud, and you've probably heard lots of news stories about different retailers who have had their credit card information accessed and a lot of people's credit card information exploited. So payment processing protection has become a very important part of e-commerce, and for that reason, one thing a lot of third-party providers can provide is a much safer platform for a financial transaction than a retailer or solo licensee could provide on their own. So I do think we should be careful about prohibiting payment processing that will be novel and needed for the way that financial transactions are occurring online.
We are going to get into every one of those topics that you just talked about.
We took a crack at definition, but I'm going to kind of leave that for later discussion. So maybe the youngest person in the room here would like to just be a little bit of a balance person. The legislation that they proposed here is going to have over the next 100 years for licensing. And it's so broad that companies big and small are able to work in a way that disadvantages the licensing. It's not only the answer, it's going to open out of business. So one of the topics here, there's going to be many like this. If I can get bread and a bottle of wine in the same basket with the same person delivering it to me, of course, why would I not? Just one meeting, I'll answer my workplace. But if that's not something a license holder can offer, now all of a sudden you start to favor this amorphous fourth tier. And so it's just something that we have to consider. Because whatever we do here, broad as people may want it to be, is can have less of an impact on me. Because my lifespan, good or bad, is going to be somewhere between 5 and 7 years. If I'm lucky, maybe something closer to these guys. But a package store owner, 5 and 7 years. If I'm lucky.
Good health. Don't worry.
But someone who's held a package store license and passes it down for generations, now all of a sudden we're going to have the reap effects that they could have never imagined, we could have never imagined. So I think it's important about thoughts that serves people. We have to be considerate of the people underneath here that can kind of get obfuscated and just not talk about their license.
I can guarantee you, the three gentlemen down here will not be overlooked as they went last.
Well, and I think it's also important, even you're a package store owner, I'm a technologist, I can see things that you can't, you see things that I can't. It's just important that we're transparent in both of us.
Could you really definition what you meant by facility service? Because it really be sort of something to be what we said. Select products, select delivery, select pricing, all those features as far as those wasn't set the mechanism for people to funds. The other service provide all those types of things. Well, sure. So you're going to put that. EDP service, all those things facilitate help the retailer, facilitate good sales. So it could be the definition of the issue was a bit more something like that.
Quick comment. And this has been a concern to me since we started this conversation with the SLA a number of years ago, and obviously till now, and consignment selling. So companies, like I know you pointed out, one of the gentlemen down there pointed out that some of the wineries have order fulfillment centers. So my concern is obviously I have to buy my product from a wholesaler and then I sell it. So there's also websites out there that operate as a marketing device, and then when they sell the product, it gets shipped directly from a winery that they don't own, that they just have a relationship with on a particular amount of products. So that concerns me, and obviously I think the wholesalers themselves would be upset about this as well. I think this sets up a different dynamics for, and I think there needs to be questions answered on how. I think there should be a policy on this. I mean, is any thoughts, any opinions on that, Jackie? Well, there are wine websites out there that you could go online and order that have nothing to do with a winery, that have contracts with wineries, and then when you transact that order, that sale gets done the same moment from that winery and gets shipped by whatever it is, FedEx or UPS in that winery. No, they're going through a third-party marketing company. That company is doing the transaction. I will definitely. I'll follow up with you, and I can send you some of these details. But I've heard this and seen this, and have been told of these models. So I'm surprised that hasn't been the case. Has anybody else heard of this? It's just me. So I'll follow up.
Real quick, as a retailer, I see two different models here. So you have the Grizzly, which we deliver our own products. You have Amazon, who sends a courier to your store. And then you have Fresh Direct, who I believe has an unfair advantage. When you can go on their website, order your broccoli, your wine, it gets delivered in the same box from their trucks to your house. Gives, to me, every retailer a disadvantage when they can do that. Have all those trucks running around, their warehouse, yes, it's separated by a chain link fence, the broccoli's here, the wine's here, goes in the same box with a divider, comes to your door, one doorbell ring, and you get the product. I find that an absolute disadvantage to all the retailers in the state that they're allowed to do that. How is the wine delivered?
I'm just speaking for the internet now. To be clear, that Fresh Direct has a brick and mortar package store in Brooklyn and a warehouse permit in Queens and a grocery license as well. So they, just as Morton Williams is another entity in New York City that owns supermarkets and owns liquor stores. Wegmans owns liquor stores and owns supermarkets.
So I think we've been already touching upon the functions that the third-party providers can perform, should not perform. And so we'd like to continue this discussion. The questions of what tasks the licensees can outsource and what controls they have to retain. We talked about order fulfillment, pricing control, selection of brand control. Are there any safeguards that can be created to ensure that the licensees do not become just passive entities with other third-party providers taking over and running their business? And so those are the kind of questions that we wanted to get into at this point. So if anyone has any comments, please. Mr. Danow? Do you have a mic over there? I think there's one in front of Mr. Kozlow.
We have not discussed this yet, but this is the point. I think, where among the things that you're talking about, and to me the most critical is the tied house and gift and service issues, because when we talked before, and we talked about Drizzly saying that essentially any retailer can sign up with them and do business with them, and there is no relationship specific between the retailer and the third-party provider and the supplier or wholesaler. You have the same level of business risk and responsibility that you have with any of the three gentlemen at the end of the table with their retailers. But when you have these third-party providers that are former employees and officers of the supplier or wholesaler, and the supplier or wholesaler is arranging for a single retailer in New York to have a trademark that is worth $20 million, you know, and to be the sole person, you know, if I could come to Amazon and say to Amazon, no problem, let me buy the trademark from Amazon for liquor and give it to Jeff Saunders, nobody in this room would stop me, you know, would allow me to do that without giving me severe fines and shutting me down. But that is what a lot of these facilitators are seeking to do today. And that destroys the entire three-tier market, the three-tier system, and makes complete vertical integration. And it stops the consumer from getting all of the, when you go on Amazon, any wine, I can get any wine from Amazon. When I go to Drizzly, I can get any wine from Drizzly. From one of these sites, I can only get the wine that comes from a single wholesaler or a single supplier, and they're deciding what the consumer can get, and then they have a relationship of vertical integration with a retailer, wholesaler, and supplier, and people coming to the liquor authority and say, it's better for me if I only buy from this one supplier, because they will do all these other things for me. You find, you, Jackie, have fined a number of the large wholesalers. The Attorney General has gone after a lot of the large wholesalers for making special deals with a particular retailer. You can't, in my opinion, allow the use of these third-party providers to go around the three-tier system, and I think it's critical to the protection of the citizens of the state of New York. I think it's critical to the nature of our laws to make sure that that is not what we are dealing with here. There's nothing, you know, none of the people who came up today who are on here had a situation in which they're saying, I'm going to deal with one retailer, and I'm going to have an arrangement with that one retailer who will deal with one wholesaler or supplier for internet sales. And to me, that is a critical issue in making this thing work correctly.
So for your definition, a third-party provider could not be an entity that deals with only one retailer.
Well, I'm not changing your definition. Your definition works. The question is not what's the definition of a third-party provider. The question which was brought up over here with the list, you know, and repeated by Commissioner Kim, is once I have a third-party provider, what are the rules that apply to that third-party provider? And the Tide House rules should apply to that third-party provider the same way they would apply if I wanted to set up a display company or an advertising company or any other company. Right now, I couldn't go to Jeff Saunders and say, have your wife set up an advertising company and I'll deal with your wife's advertising company and funnel funds to you that way. And I'm saying the same thing with a third-party provider. I'm not looking to change the law. I'm looking to do exactly what has been repeated here 4 times, that the third-party provider should come under the same laws as the package store people come under right now.
Okay, so my poor word choice then. So in terms of talking the clarification of things that third-party providers can and cannot do, you think it would be improper because of Tide House or Gift and Services to have a third-party provider who only provided services to one New York licensee?
And I want to add any service.
Any service.
Any service, you know, where they say, because a lot of them, what I've seen come before the Liquor Authority is, well, we'll sell any goods to any retailer. but we're only going to give the trademark arrangements that we have to this one retailer, or we're only going we're going to set up a system that is so complicated or only available to one retailer because it's in another state where there's only this one retailer can reasonably take advantage of it, or one or two can only reasonably take advantages. Any system in which the third-party supplier is tied to the third-party provider is tied to a supplier, so that the retailer is required either actually, tacitly or overtly to buy from that one retailer, is a system that strikes at the heart of the three-tier system in New York law.
Okay, so you just went broader there from before saying just one retailer, but you're now suggesting also that a third-party provider should not be, if they are working with suppliers, should not be working with just one supplier.
I'm suggesting that there should not be an arrangement, either tacit or expressed, that requires that retailer to buy from one supplier in order to run the business in the method of operation that they're doing.
Okay, and your concern is the gift and service indirect.
My question then to that would be, what if they decide they don't want to use another supplier, that the only products they want are from that one supplier? And I'll use an example of, say I don't want to buy Bacardi rum or sell Bacardi rum. Then why would I need to go to that wholesaler to sell that rum?
I'm not suggesting that you force anybody to buy anybody's wood. And they say to you that I have created a method of operation and using this one supplier, because of this method of operation, by using this one supplier, I save a whole lot of money, or I save a whole lot of money, and they're coming to you and telling you again that they made an arrangement. And they add to that the supplier or the wholesaler or the supplier wholesaler already has a relationship to have that trademark, and they're going to transfer that trademark to the retailer. That's like giving the retailer.
Well, now you're getting in another issue. I'm just talking about the fact that you're saying under that theory that they would have to buy or have a relationship with every wholesaler, and I just don't think that's.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that if you go to any of the gentlemen at the end of the table, they may have wholesalers that they prefer, but if there's no wholesaler that has the company on all of the goods that most packagers need to buy, if somebody comes to you and says to you, I have this method of operation, when somebody comes to you and they say, I have this method of operation, this method of operation really only works for me if I'm going to deal with one supplier, they're telling you something. If Southern Wine and Spirits were to insult Jeff Saunders, he might decide that he did not want to buy wine from Southern Wine and Spirits, but he'd still buy Absolute from Southern Wine and Spirits.
What if he didn't want the Absolute? That's my point, is that if they don't like a relationship with a particular company, why would they have a necessity to use it? Now, I understand it might not be a good economic decision for him, but I don't understand your theory that they have to use, as long as they're open to use every wholesaler, why would it, as long as there's no agreement that says you have to use just this one wholesaler, how is that a problem?
Because what comes before you is arrangements in which the supplier or wholesaler is making arrangements for the retailer to obtain a particular online trademark. And when they make that arrangement to have that particular online trademark and then say to you, well, then I'm going to buy just from the supplier who made that arrangement, you'd have to close your eyes in order not to see that there is either an overt or tacit agreement, because nobody else is offering them the Amazon trademark as the ability to use it. If I could, instead of going
We're
through
just
Amazon,
on wholesalers. You're getting into trademark issues. I'm just talking about the wholesalers.
Because I'm not suggesting that any retailer has to use any wholesaler.
That is what you're suggesting.
No, I'm not, sir. I am suggesting that when you see a retailer that is getting a trademark and saying to you, I want to use just this one supplier who is a person that either owned that trademark or had the rights to that trademark before it came to you, you are seeing a gift and service laid out before you. And when you see that, you shouldn't ignore it. Because if I were to go to Amazon and say, let me, or the New York Times, or the Wall Street Journal, or the New York Post, or any other what they used to call a trusted vendor, and I was to say, I will arrange for you I will take that trademark, then I will arrange that trademark to go to Jeff Saunders. So then what I am doing is I am giving him a gift or service that is enormous. And I have been, you've been fining companies for misallocating goods to one retailer instead of another. And here, I don't think you could ignore the fact that a supplier or wholesaler is arranging a trademark for a retailer. And I think it should be part of what goes on here.
I understand your point. I think Nick was next.
One of the areas that we haven't talked, and then I've got a definition to offer, Commissioner, about how someone operates outside of New York State, right? So if Drizzly had, say, a liquor license in the state of California or the state of Texas, how is that going to play into Drizzly being a third party, an e-commerce third party here in New York? Just something to offer up. There are potential trade practice violations if I'm benefiting in one state and not in another, or I'm benefiting indirectly as a result of how I operate in one state or another. So it's something that we should think about as well.
When you say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say think about, do you have an opinion? Should licensees in any tier be able to be third-party providers?
So as far as we consider it, if you own a liquor license in one state, you should not be considered a third party in another state. Wholesalers are becoming increasingly national. Retailers suppliers are national. So the way that I operate in one state is going to benefit my operations in another state. We've seen it with large retailers that are willing to lose money on an entire state just to be there and have a relationship with tiers above. So if you're an e-commerce provider and you're a pure play, then you need to be a pure play everywhere. And we need to recognize that if you're not, if you decide that you're going to own a warehouse or a liquor license in Florida, and it's not because Florida has required it, but because I want to be a retailer, it just changes the complexity in the makeup, I would say, of that company. I just want to offer the definition. Third-party application is an electronic commerce platform managed by a service provider that is not a licensed supplier, wholesaler, or retailer of any alcoholic beverage product, which platform, 1, is used by the licensed retailer to market their products and facilitate the process by which a consumer may place an order for pickup or for delivery. 2, does not sell alcoholic beverage products or otherwise process financial transactions on behalf of a licensed retailer. And 3, does not deliver, transport, or otherwise physically handle or coordinate alcoholic beverage product on behalf of any licensed retailer.
You're going to email me that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, a quick comment on the state-by-state thing. I'm not sure if you guys agree with this, but it seems like the patchwork of state regulation is way too complex for you guys to try to normalize it at the federal level and apply some kind of umbrella statute to this. I mean, there's already a big difference between California, the way California and New York approach this stuff. So I'm not sure how that would work. One question I have about the functions under third-party marketer. If an entity were to hold an O2 license and then also be a third-party marketer, let's say it's a third-party marketer of wines, and was involved in the fulfillment of that wine, would that be considered some kind of violation in your eyes? So if let's say an entity had an O2 license selling its own wine to consumers.
What is an O2 license?
A California, and a direct shipper's permit in New York. An O2 California license, sorry about that.
That is the e-commerce. You don't need a brick-and-mortar retail license in
Right.
California?
Right. So I'm just offering up a hypothetical. So if somebody was operating with a California O2, had a direct shipper's permit to ship into New York, and then also wanted to be a third-party marketer of, let's say, wine. Yep. A winery license with a direct shipper's permit. Right. There's a 1720, right?
I'm sorry, Nick. So your question is, if a licensee is a winery in California with a direct shipper's permit into New York State, could they also operate as a third-party provider for retailers throughout the country?
A third-party marketer of producers, winery producers, so producers of wine.
Well, I think that's the concern that was raised by Nick of if you're in one tier, should you also be providing services to other licensees? And I think it goes to the question of, can you be taking a percentage of their sales? My opinion on this is no, you couldn't, because you have your fingers all over the place then.
Okay.
Mr. Kozla, did you want to speak about what a third-party provider can and cannot do? No. Oh, well, Kristen does. Oh, Lynn's been waiting. Okay, then Kristen, we're on.
I don't understand a lot of this. It's pretty complicated, but what I'd like to do very briefly without derailing the issue is just talk quickly about the perspective from the New York wine industry, and this may or may not apply as well to our colleagues in the craft beer and spirits industries as well. We've been talking about the three-tier system, which some people believe to be sacred. It is important. It has been important. It has served the industry well over a number of years. The wholesalers, in particular, have been able to distribute wine around the country. Retailers of different types in different states have served their communities well. But I think we're now talking about a fourth-tier system. And that, the fourth tier that we always forget is the consumer. And what the internet has given us, not only in New York, but in California, all over the country, is the power for the consumer to be able to look at products that they before had to go to a department store for or some other place, and now they can shop online. And so they're interested in using that power to finding products that they want to buy, and these gentlemen here, in various ways, are offering them that power as well. The New York wine industry has grown tremendously, as I mentioned before, over the past 3 decades, but especially since Governor Cuomo has been in office. And the structure of our industry is that of the over 400 wineries, there are only perhaps 50 that use wholesalers because they're not large enough in terms of production that is economically feasible. The most important sales for everybody are right at their tasting rooms. Some of the wineries who don't use wholesalers will sell directly to retailers and restaurants, who then sell the product to consumers, and a lot of the wineries sell directly online as well. So we have kind of a very different sales pattern than other people as well, and increasingly being able to use third-party providers or whatever we're going to call them and define them is important for our industry because we have a lot of new wineries coming on stream. They're not going to get in the wholesale system for a long time. They're not going to get into the retail system probably for a while, and so for them to grow to the point where they can, this is a very important area. So I just wanted to give that perspective, and again, thank you for holding these hearings.
Where does the Wall Street Journal fit into this as far as the third-party provider, and is that not considered a gift to the one retailer that gets to use the Wall Street Journal's, for example, name?
Well, I don't think we're going to comment on any specific plan here. We have a declaratory ruling just on that where the members did say it was an impermissible gift or service. But the question that Commissioner Kim put out to everybody was, before the question, everybody wanted to get into the minutia of what should be retained by a retailer and what shouldn't be in the availing issue. And the only thing we've heard since Commissioner Kim's question was that third-party providers' tied house restrictions should apply to them as well as gift and services, and that they shouldn't have any membership in any tier. And nobody said anything about product selection or pricing, or is that because you all said it before, or? Okay. I think Lynn, okay.
There's a mic right in front of you, Lynn.
Oh, there is.
Right in front. No, in front of you. Look in front of you. Underneath your name. No, look up. On the table. On the table, underneath your name. Oh, it's her glasses.
Oh, there is one down there.
Oh, goodness, thank you. I know I'm going to pieces. I do want to echo those points in terms of building on the definition that people have proffered. And it would be that you cannot conduct actual retail functions and make them simple. Selection of product, pricing, and the acceptance and fulfillment of an order. In my mind, those are the key functions of a retailer, going back to what you said, Scott, the 20th century and the 21st century, and probably the 22nd century. I do believe getting into things on the issue of advertising, other services, in my mind, it confuses the issue. For one example, is if a third-party provider would have to be permitted in New York to carry my advertising, I would scratch my head. Because you look at the models that we have in front of you, there's no hands-off with the retailer, there's no tied house. But if we start talking about advertising, gifts, and services, which I think are legitimate points, but I think they need to be drilled down much more precisely so there is clear guidance.
But Lynn, are you being too simplistic when you say selection of product, the pricing, and the fulfillment? Because is it that simple? What if you have a third-party provider who makes recommendations that the licensee always accepts? Is that a passive licensee? Is that an availing?
That's an excellent question. But I would submit is that it could be that they nod their head saying that's a good recommendation. That happens all the time. Right now, with my good colleague, who's such a wonderful wholesaler, Mr. Hebert, he may go into your shop. And he said, Amelie's gin is the best. Select Amelie's gin. Every time, your retailers say, select Amelie's gin. They're still making that decision. So even though it does sound simplistic, my recommendation is to have some major building blocks. And if need be, which frankly, all of you have done a tremendous job on, is then there could be additional guidance. But at least you've got the core elements.
You can leave it down there.
Layering on comments on particular activities that should be reserved for the licensee, I would agree on selection of product, pricing, acceptance of order, and two more that I think are important for the TPP to have control over is rejection of order, so where the orders are not automatically accepted by being sent, but that there's an independent action of the licensee, or if they need to, for any compliant reason, reject an order, they can. I also think it's important that licensees have the ability to bail on a TPP relationship. So that's part of the licensee having control, is that if the TPP relationship is working well for them, they can continue to pursue it and make the investment. If it's not, they should be able to leave. Two items that I don't believe should be on the list of required activities reserved for the retailers are fulfillment or processing payment. Processing payment for the same reasons that I discussed below. I think that there are more qualified and secure ways to do it than to have the retailer use their existing systems. And fulfillment, I think, is something that retailers or wineries should be allowed to use other people to help them with, as they do today, so long as it's within the guidelines of the law.
What about the situation you spoke about, third party provider is actually giving a discount without the retailer?
That's a sticky question. And in general, pricing should be reserved to the licensee. So you do get into a strange situation if you're talking about essentially an unlicensed party subsidizing in order cost or impacting pricing. What I think third-party providers should be able to do is to give their honest and true opinions to the licensees on what they should be selling and prices even at which they think they'll be successful. The retailer should feel fully enabled to tell them to take a hike and not do that. But if you are a third-party provider, in a lot of cases it's because you've got great marketing skills and you've got a market that you want to aim at and you know what you think that market will like. So if what they want is particular types of whiskey, you tell the people that you're working with, whiskeys that are in the range of this to this, that have these qualifications and characteristics are going to be really likely to do well when you use this third-party provider service. And retailers should be allowed to take that information in and then decide what they will or won't do. I think my opinion may be unpopular with this room, but in my opinion, as long as there is a contract between the licensee and the third-party provider, and they've agreed to the fees up front, then there is not an issue, and the fees process as they've agreed to based on market conditions in the contract, then there's not a problem with that. If the state is concerned about that and believe it gives too much control to potentially an unlicensed party, then I think it also makes sense to have escrow accounts, escrow-like accounts, or other pass-through funds where a safe payment gateway is used to collect the funds, and then the payment is passed on to the retailer in whole. The accounts, well, it's an interesting question. So the accounts are essentially holding places just for processing of funds, the same way that when a credit card processes your card, the money is basically held in an interim location before it hits your account. An escrow account would have the licensee on it if it was an actual escrow account. Escrow accounts, in my practice, I've found to be completely unworkable for third-party providers because they're very expensive to set up. There's a lot of cumbersome regulatory requirements to keep them. So they've just not been functional for e-commerce. What I am seeing a lot of is mostly Silicon Valley payment processing companies that are coming up. A lot of them are marketing to new third-party providers who are in the alcohol space, and they offer easy payment processing gateways. So they'll say, you know, you use us and it'll be an easy interface with the consumer, and then all of the sellers that use on your platform will also open their own accounts with us. So they're all designated under this third parties who's only a payment processor's account, but then each licensee has their own derivative account within that. So there's also a lot of change in this space with payment processing, which is why I think it's also important to have a policy that recognizes as we come up with new ways to process payments, the hackers come up with new ways to try and get access to them. So something that maintains licensee control while still allowing for safe payment processing would be great. Oh, and one last comment on the should they be unlicensed everywhere issue. Just keep in mind, too, that I don't think there's a problem with a third-party provider having a license as long as there's not a tied house issue. So if someone was a winery license in California and wanted to help wineries sell wine in New York, I don't know how that would be a problem in New York.
So in terms of payment processing, and I think my question for all of this is, as a third party, are you all looking at this like a third party is representing a retailer in terms of passing it through, or a third party is its own entity? Because I think that distinction there is going to be pretty significant. What I mean is, payment processing is actually quite simple, and it's just rather inconvenient to do it in the way that the law requires it right now. It's really simple. If I wanted to process transactions, they go to my bank account, and then I'd give them to the retailer. But that would be the equivalent of me standing in front of one of those gentlemen's stores saying, hey, I brought you here. Give me your credit card. I'm going to swipe it, and then I'm going to give the money to someone else later. There are existing means that can make sure that those retailers are the merchant of record. They're equally as safe. You all use them today, and you don't even know it. So keep that in mind. And again, I think all of these questions are going to surround what is a third party? Is it its own entity? Or is it something that a licensee agrees to use to help their business on the internet? Again, there's minutia there. And it was brought up about recommendation and third party and all of this. as long as a licensee says, I'm willing to take whatever it is that you're giving me as a tool to help my business, so say recommendation, right? The licensee says, okay, I'll take a recommendation. You're helping me merchandise, right? In the same way that a wholesaler is helping someone merchandise. That's a third party saying, okay, we can help you with a tool to grow your business. And what it all comes back to is how much are we willing to obfuscate the retailer? Really, at the end of the day. Because, again, the internet is going to grow and evolve in ways and at a speed which none of us can predict. And if we don't think about that, in 10, 15 years, you're going to see some really, really big retailers, and they may not necessarily have headquarters in this state.
So what is the opinion on the fulfillment question? So I think it was just said that somebody's opinion is that payment processing and fulfillment shouldn't be covered under these new rules, or the third-party marketer should be allowed to be involved in that. Let's say, is that consistent with the way you guys are thinking about this right now? Because fulfillment at the winery level is pretty inconsistent from winery to winery. Some of them are really good and they have efficiencies of scale, and others use 3PLs, and some of them don't have any capacity to do it at all. So if a third-party marketer wants to market on behalf of a winery and also has best-of-breed fulfillment capabilities, it would seem to me that that would be good for the consumer, good for the winery, and I wonder if you guys would have a problem with that. Right, I'm just wondering if that would rope them into the availing status. If they not only helped facilitate commerce, they not only had a website that was consumer facing, but they were also involved in getting the product to the consumer.
Well, that's what we're talking about, is how far does it go? We're talking about whether the selection product, are they doing anything with the payment process? That's what we're here to discuss.
Right.
Can you speak up, Jackie? Sorry. Can you speak up?
I don't think anybody wants to see a third-party entity that can come in and run somebody's entire business. The retailer can just have massive. So it might be a totality of the circumstances of doing X, Y, and Z services is too much, but doing B and C is okay. So that's what we're here to discuss, is what is okay. And if so, I think your question, Nick, is what combination of services is okay for a third-party service provider?
Very, very important.
I would like to echo the sentiments of Lynn and Kristen in terms of the criteria in which I think we should be focusing. Selection of product, pricing of product, and the acceptance fulfillment of the order, I think, are really the critical features here. I think the issue of payment processing can be a bit distracting, particularly when we're talking about in the e-commerce space. I mean, I think it was Nicholas who mentioned something about convenience in terms of flow of funds. That's really, at the end of the day, I think the issue. A lot of these payment flows are set up at the convenience of the retailer. It's not because there's anything insidious or anything nasty that the third-party provider is attempting to do. It's just easier. It's simpler, and it makes sense. I mean, when you have a party collecting payment and then remitting it to the retailer, as opposed to having this complicated and weird invoicing system or setting up different payment flows, it does get complicated. And I do agree with Nicholas. Payment processing is not complicated. It really isn't. But when you're talking about financial engineering for large companies, it can be complicated when you start tinkering with that model. And you have some pretty workable and established entities in the room that do processing one way for all merchants. And you do that at scale, and you do that because it makes sense, the most sense for everyone. And you're doing that with retailers' eyes being wide open. I mean, there's nothing these retailers are signing up for when they work with us or Amazon that they aren't made aware of in terms of how this is going to work. My last comment, and I think this is an important one when we're talking about the selection of funds, or selection of product. Jackie, you made a great point about, what role does a third-party provider play in terms of making recommendations? We don't make recommendations in terms of, hey, select this brand over the other. But what we do offer, because it's an awesome service, is providing data. We provide analytics. We provide marketing consultation to retailers so they can get an idea of what in their area is working, what isn't working. Whether they choose to agree with us is an entirely different matter. They have full discretion in terms of what ultimately goes up for their deal. But I think it's important, too, to kind of view what it is these third-party providers can really provide in terms of helping retailers, in terms of helping local mom-and-pop shops, move product. We can show you what's moving, what isn't moving, what price points may help your deal succeed. At the end of the day, it's under your control. But I don't want that to get lost in terms of the discussion. There's a lot that we can offer aside from just slapping your deal, up on the website.
I think your comment about the payment processing is interesting, and Nick's comment as well, and I don't have a personal opinion on it, but it's funny when you say that in the general world it's not very complicated, but once you get into the ABCL world it does. I think that's mostly everything that all these lawyers make a very good living out of doing is this crazy ABCL world, and so I don't know if it offends me that payment processing is more complicated when it comes to alcohol.
I do have an opinion. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but can you hand this down to Mr. Dana?
The two most, or the most common uses of third-party providers in the on-premise world are not any of the ones here, but they're food ordering and delivery services. Groups like Grubhub. I don't know why I'm thinking of StubHub, maybe all the Bruce Springsteen tickets I've bought in the last few weeks. Grubhub and Seamless are food delivery services, and on-premise licensees do have the right to sell and deliver beer. And while I'm not specifically aware of any that are doing it on those platforms, there are many retailers that are doing that through the old traditional call-in, fax-in, or just place direct order. So I have an interest in this payment, and in those systems, you pay the provider. So I do think we should look at it, and however we approach it, we should make sure that we give existing providers opportunities to adjust their mechanism and retailers opportunities to adjust their retailers. I don't know that I have a preference one way or the other, except to say that they're fairly well established, and changing those business models could be more challenging than we'd like.
Yes, I would like to say that in looking at these, there are practical issues that are involved as well. When you're dealing with those third-party providers that represent a direct shipping wineries, and there is no problem with making recommendations. First of all, there's a First Amendment issue about making recommendations that we all have to understand and address. You can't stop people from making recommendations, and you shouldn't. Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about. All right. But when you're dealing with a winery that is part of using Amazon as a method of getting their direct shipment permit in use and to the public, the winery is always selecting its own product. It's always selecting its prices. There's never a problem. When you are dealing with those third-party providers that hook up with a retailer in New York, but also are dealing with the supplier, either wholesale license that allows suppliers to sell on the internet from California, or the supplier license that allows people to sell on the internet from California, or the wholesale license that allows people to sell on the internet from California, and then you have a national platform, you may be saying that the retailer is picking its own price, but what's happening is person goes on and the price is set on that website with all of the
the goods that are available in that website in terms of packaged goods and club goods and things like that are all set in advance for a national distribution network, and then saying to the retailer, you have the right to choose. You're not saying, he's not choosing anything, she's not choosing anything, because essentially the right is to choose exactly what they've been told to choose from the national marketing campaign that they're part of, and they are choosing to the same extent that a McDonald's chooses whether or not it's going to sell McDonald's hamburgers, because they're part of this web. And it is, in those cases, the third-party provider that is the genuine seller. And the retailer is just somebody that's trying to get around New York law to allow this non-brick-and-mortar sale.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break just before we do it. Two sets of questions that we're going to discuss after the break. Are there any concerns related to manufacturers, advertising, third-party providers? That's one. And then we're going to go into more of the two questions
that I have, and then Chairman Bradley has a few other questions we're going to throw out there. But are there any concerns related to manufacturer advertising with third-party providers is one question. And then we're going to go into compensation for third-party providers. I know people have already commented here and there on flat fees versus percentage. If it's percentage, should there be a cap? If so, what should it be? And then we talked about the flow of money, and I don't know if that needs to be addressed more, but if you think about something during break and you want to come back and share it with us, we'll do it at that time. So we'll take a 10-minute break at this time. Thank you. If you're going to speak, please use the microphone because we got complaints from Albany saying that unless you're using the mic, they can't hear you on the internet. So we'll be better about it as well. The question to, are there any concerns about manufacturer advertising with third-party providers? Would anyone like to comment on that question, please? You can please pass the mic.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. I'll be very indirect. I have absolutely no concerns. I think that this is just legitimate advertising. If you think about the three companies we have here today, manufacturer advertising is something you've done. There is absolutely, as I mentioned before, no tied house concern. Each of these platforms, has hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands retailers. As a supplier, I am not basically tying or somehow compromising a retailer's independence by basically having an ad or any type of advertising on these platforms. And conversely, if you think about it, if indeed those perfectly legitimate activities were licensed, then you would have an advertising service, which under federal laws, and I believe the laws of New York, are verboten. It would be basically to finalize, using Kevin's point, if indeed that third-party provider had a single one retailer, and that was the totality of its, so to speak, customer base, that would be completely different. But the way these platforms operate in e-commerce and otherwise, I don't believe any type of advertising by a supplier should raise ABCL concerns.
Lynn, when you talk about advertising, can you be specific? Are you talking about banner ads, pop-up ads, or are you talking about a whole website for Bradley's Beer that looks like this is brought to you by Bradley's Beer, and click here and we're going to sell you Bradley's Beer? Is that an advertisement?
That's a great question, Jackie. And all of them could be. It could be a banner ad. It could be what you see, for example, now on a Facebook site, if you have a kind of a brand site or a portal. But again, the advertising that I would do on, say, Drizzly, all of Amazon, would be for my product. I wouldn't say, I'm going to sell you that product. That is not my function. I'm not licensed to do that.
Paul, you can go then. Bill.
Okay. I'm on the surface because I'm still relatively new to this. I do have concerns, a little bit of concern over this. Being representing the New York State Brewers Association and a lot of small craft breweries who are trying to get their products to market one way or another, they don't have the money nor the power to advertise on sites like this. But our friends in the bigger beer companies absolutely do. And so I think that there would be a little bit of concern of, control, because that the money and power is there, and that somehow that the third party would then be more beholden to the advertiser than those who are not able to advertise. If that makes sense. And again, just on the surface, I just a thought.
Jackie, I think I can answer your question about banner ads and pop-ups. That's more of a technical question with technology, but a pure play banner ad is just an ad, say, on Drizzly's site. When a consumer goes to the app, they see an ad for Bill's Wine, $1 bill. It's just across the top, and then they go to a retailer or whatever, and they sign up and they get the retailer. But that ad has nothing to do with what the consumer's doing. It's just purely ads, synonymous with I think, with newspaper ads. Anheuser-Busch or any brewery or any retailer or any supplier, winery can have an ad in the New York Times or Daily News if they want. And then Bill's Corner Retail Store can have an ad in the New York Times or the Daily News too. And I don't think that is any tied house issues. I don't think there's any concerns about that. And I don't see any difference because a banner ad is just the same thing as a newspaper ad, except it's just technology, it's just electronic. A pop-up ad is the same thing. It's just it pops up and it advertises Bill's Brewery. And then you get into I think the next thing you talk about is like if you have a pop-up or a banner ad and you click on that and you say you can buy here. Now, if the brewery is paying for that ad, then maybe you get into a tied house issue of what retailers it goes to. That I think would be a question, but not the first two.
So the distinction would be advertisements that are just similar, analogous to paper, as opposed to advertisements that are then portals to where you can purchase the product.
Well, the portal to purchase the product, I think that would be a problem if it was sponsored by Bill's Brewery, and then it goes to Kevon's package store. When you click on that ad, it only goes to Kevon's package store. That would be, I think, a pretty obvious tied house issue. Is that the distinction you're looking for?
Yep. Kevon?
I frankly think our current rules work fairly well here. If the supplier is advertising and the advertising that the supplier does not go to the benefit of a particular retailer, then it seems to me that there's no real problem. It may be a little bit worse when you're dealing with if I go to Kevon's Brewery and I have my own website. But if I had my own website and I listed 15 retailers on my own website, maybe you want to say more than 2, which is perhaps the current rule. But if there are 15, 20 different, you put in a zip code and I give you a list of retailers or will even drop you to a place with a retailer that is in your zip code area that carries the product, I don't see that as any different than if I have my own website and I say, and I list in small letters which retailers can carry the product. And as long as there's no tie between a particular retailer getting a benefit, which is what happened if there was, as Lynn said, one retailer that was the only retailer in the state that could deal with its site, or the situation in which it's going to send you to only one retailer in a very large geographic. All of New York City is one retailer. In those cases, I think that there would be a tied house problem because you're benefiting a specific retailer. But generally, if you're listing a lot of them, and any retailer can participate, all you do, and there's no whatever discount or benefit goes to all the retailers who do participate, I don't see that there's a problem here.
Are you concerned over the flow of the funds, or just concerned over the advertising itself? If I'm a manufacturer and I'm paying the third-party provider, first you have to establish is the third-party provider a licensee or not. Assuming they're not in another tier of the trade, because that's been determined by the agency already, that type of payment between the supplier and the third-party provider could be an issue. I own the magazine, I'm the third-party provider, I'm the retailer as well, and now I'm trying to advertise in the retailer's magazine. That presents an issue. So is it a flow of funds issue? Because that would certainly be a problem. If you're just discussing plain advertising, like Kevon said, you already allow that. There shouldn't be any issue with merely advertising in any mechanism.
Well, I think as we talked about the way that you are, not you personally, Mr. Kozlow, I'm sorry, the way that the internet is developing so quickly and changing what advertising is a portal that by a manufacturer, a web page all about their beer, and click here and you'll get it, and it takes you to a website of a retailer. Is that advertising? just trying to get on the basic. I think we've heard from Lynn that the traditional type, and from Bill and Kevin, the basic type of advertising of pop-up ads and banner ads that are equivalent to newspaper print, nobody seems to have a problem with. I've seen on third-party providers web pages that are paid for. The third-party provider receives money from a manufacturer to create this web page that is going to bring you to a retailer to make the purchase. Is that acceptable?
What Kevin mentioned, what Kevin had said before would be the correct answer. If it's one retailer, then that presents an issue. If it's multiple retailers, and it's not that the supplier selected the retailers are part of a program. The platform provider has a number of retailers in a particular region, particular area. All of them are provided in that, all of them carry the product line, and all of them appear, then nothing's transpired, nothing negative has happened. Those, I don't want to pick on anybody else, but if it's Drizzly, and Drizzly has in that area 5 or 6 retailers in that territory, which the consumers identified as the territory they'd like to be able to get product from, and those 5 or 6 retailers pop up, then they pop up. It has not been selected by the manufacturer. I mean, the manufacturer didn't say, I want that particular retailer. They've used a platform to do that.
I think we're just confusing two different things, and Kevin's point is correct that our current rules do address this stuff in advertising, just that if whatever will come out of this committee is going to talk about what third-party providers can and cannot do, and advertising is permissible, I think it's important to be clear on what is advertising.
Yeah, look, I would say as far as Drizzly's concerned, we would welcome some more guidance around this, to be honest. It's an area that we've had to talk to Jackie quite a bit about. The issue, I think, for us comes back to one of the topics that I raised earlier about if I'm a license holder, not necessarily maybe a supplier like in California, but if I'm a retail license holder in another state, and all of a sudden now I'm being compensated as a third-party provider here in New York, and essentially I'm doing one thing with one hand and another with another. That's one big area of concern. The second, and I think it's worthy of conversation, and it may not necessarily benefit us the most, is that the difference between a newspaper and Drizzly, Groupon, Amazon, and others is you can't buy alcohol on a newspaper, right? So they are not entirely like-for-like ads. At the same time, if we have to take all the potential issues that we could have with third-party advertising and just narrow the world of them, if one of the main drivers for this is favoring one retailer over another and giving a thing of value, I think there are ways that we can prevent that. Like people are saying, in terms of really sharpening the pencil on a supplier, a wholesaler cannot benefit one retailer. Well, what's the size of that one retailer? Is that one retailer in a city block? Is that one retailer in southern Manhattan? All of New York State? I think that's probably maybe one of the better questions. And I will just say, if we go with the blanket, it has to benefit every retailer. Not every retailer wants to be on Groupon. Not every retailer wants to be on Drizzly. So it's tough to say, again, as much as I'd love it to.
But that's a different question, because it's not every retailer can be on Drizzly or be on Groupon. But once you have something that's coming from a manufacturer or supplier, it, yes, has to be available to everyone. That's the distinction. You are not a manufacturer or a supplier.
In the same way that a coupon book of mail-in rebates would have to be available to anyone that decided to carry a particular product. You could make the same argument that this advertisement has to be available to anyone who wants to be a part of a particular website, right? So anyone who wants to be on Drizzly will benefit in New York State. Anyone who wants to carry a particular vodka will benefit if they want to carry that vodka.
That's the problem, that every retailer in New York State can't be on Drizzly. So if a manufacturer or supplier is giving something to Drizzly that is indirectly giving something to the retailer, under our current rules, it would be impermissible.
Right. So I would say the definition just has to say, what does it mean to have everyone? What does it mean to be truly open? And if that's one retailer in an entire city, then maybe that's not permissible. If it's one retailer in an area, maybe that's not permissible.
And I think it raises another question. What if a manufacturer has a relationship with only one of the third-party providers? who then can't, not, as Jackie was just saying, not every retailer can get on each site. We've heard those here, and I don't, I agree. We shouldn't focus on the folks that have chosen to come to the table and speak. There's lots of them out there. But should we permit individual manufacturers, individual suppliers to establish relationships with individual third-party providers that may not limit to one retailer, but to a select number of retailers? It's a new area I think you have to look at.
I think those are good points. But if I could, or questions, many of those points do raise, in my mind, some basic foundational questions of free enterprise. I may choose to go with Sean. I may choose to go with Brock. I may feel that my customer base is more suited with Sean. That's what we go through in terms of saying, must have a multiple third-party kind of provided database. Also, I do believe in terms of advertising, it's a good question. And I know other states are wrestling what is advertising. But in many respects, what they're saying is, I hate to say it, you know it when you see it. Be it a billboard, print, radio, all different types of iterations on the internet. And that's why they've been kind of broad in scope rather than trying to differentiate. And equally true when it comes to benefiting the retailer. Go back and echo what Kevin said, what Mark said, is I know under the federal rules, now, if you have two or more unaffiliated advertisers, you can advertise the retail address, how to get Amelie's Gin, hopefully. I can't give the price. That is perfectly permissible. Those are the laws in the majority of states. In California, actually it's much more broad. You can list all the retailers, you can link to their websites, they can link to your websites, and that's the approach that they have taken, which you know is a fairly conservative state. Just a few things like that. I think those are good things, Scott, but things are going to evolve so quickly. And again, it could really depend upon your consumer kind of profile base in terms of the type of ads and the type of provider that you may select.
Anybody else have any comments, final comments? Okay. Let's move on to the pricing issue. We were talking, I know people have made comments about flat fee versus percentage. We've been on the traditional side, we've been dealing with 10% ownership of any, neither did I. We're dealing with 10% as this threshold where people have to disclose ownership. And so on the percentage versus flat fee, what are your thoughts?
You guys have the microphone by Scott.
So, when we talked to you guys today, when we said this is things are actually going on here, that's flat fee. I personally don't.
Neither matters to me. I personally, as Drizzly, I would prefer to see a percentage of sales. To be honest, it's probably better for my business. It also aligns incentives better as a marketplace to say, okay, we're going to try to take these retailers that have decided that they want to come on board and drive more business to them. So in that way, percentage of sales, even though it's not the way we operate, is how I would like to operate. With that said, it becomes a slippery slope because percentage of sales leads to 5 to 15 to 20 to 25 to vertical integration. So it may warrant a cap. It goes back to the payment processing. If I take a percentage of sales, can I hand you 90 of $100 and take 10 for myself? So, I think those are the main considerations. As far as Drizzly's concerned, as a pure play tech player, I'd rather see it be a percentage. I think it aligns our incentives better. I don't really think it matters too much to us.
Thanks. So I think I don't have anything against a flat fee model. I think it's perfectly acceptable if that's what's determined to be commercially reasonable between two parties. But I do have a fairly strong view that a percentage-based model can create by far the right incentives and also the right experience for customers. And I think I gave an example earlier at the outset of the meeting that, if you look at our wine marketplace, we have wineries who are super excited to be reaching customers that they might not otherwise reach through our platform. And there's other platforms that can offer similar services, so I don't think we're unique in that respect. But wineries may not know what their business is going to look like when they want to try Amazon. And it can take a bit of investment for them to get their technologies and other aspects of their business set up to be able to engage in e-commerce even with the help of a TPP like us. And in those circumstances, they don't know what their sales are going to look like. And if you have a percentage-based fee, or you're basically making a degree of revenue based on the sales that participant, that licensed participant has, you are allowing that licensed participant to deliver great prices to customers. Again, the example I think I gave earlier was if I have a $10 bottle of wine and there's a flat fee of $8 per sale, then the incentive to sell that bottle of wine at a competitive price to a customer is completely taken away. If you have a percentage-based fee, you're making a percentage of the sale regardless of the scale of those sales. And I think that creates the right customer experience. And that's, again, at Amazon, we work from the customer backwards. Customers are looking for great selection. They're looking at competitive prices and convenience in their shopping activities. Merchants, as we talk to wineries and others, are looking for a way to get their products in front of customers. And we think that type of a fee model it creates the right incentives for everybody involved. But again, there's nothing to say that a flat fee model isn't the right model sometimes. I think that's where it gets to an arm's length transaction between two parties. They can decide what makes sense for them.
Thank you. I may have more strong opinions on this than my two colleagues from Drizzly and Amazon because we've had a lot of experience in other contexts with flat fees. Generally speaking, flat fee agreements remove incentives for the merchant and for us. And that results in less quality, fewer options for customers. And there are two things at play there, right? One is just the pure mathematics involved in being able to offer competitive, options to consumers. When you're using a percentage-based fee for some products that are sold by a retailer, it allows for, I think, a greater option in terms of deal dynamics. What retailers are able to offer. They can be a little bit more creative, and it also incentivizes the marketer, i.e. Groupon or others, to do things or structure deals that may be a little more competitive for them. Flat fees, candidly, they're less predictable. And when you start talking about flat fees, again, the risk is shared when you're doing a percentage fee. When you're doing flat fees, we as a marketer are going to earn a certain fee regardless of performance. It's less predictable, and it's harder for a merchant to swallow at times. The course of a deal with Groupon, for example, we know there are highs and lows, right? And it's not really fair for a retailer to be paying us a flat fee if their deal is not performing the way they would expect it to perform. They're losing money. If they're paying us a percentage based on volume, it's more of an accurate indicator of performance. It's more fair, and there's risk shared with us. If the deal doesn't perform well, we're in the same boat as the merchant. So from our perspective, we would strongly prefer a percentage-based marketing fee compensation model. again, in terms of caps, let me just add one quick comment on that. I know there's a discussion about, or in the SLA rules, there's a cap of 10% of gross revenue. Am I butchering the explanation there?
I think that the tradition is 10% or more, you need to be on a license. And
Gotcha. So, not to get in too many weeds, but we did some math once upon a time. This goes back a few years when we first started having conversations with Jackie, and we looked at some of the most popular deals that we ran with package stores. The ones that sold really well, that had the best margins for us. And in conversations with those retailers, they did disclose to us, generally speaking, what their overall revenue was, during the course of an annual cycle. We were coming in somewhere around 1%. I mean, if that. So when you're talking about deals, that we and others market on behalf of package stores in particular, there's really no ownership consideration there. It's so few. And again, we're not talking about every single transaction with that retailer. We're talking about a very limited, deal-specific thing. Unlike the credit card companies and others that are earning a percentage off of every single transaction, that's not us, right? So anyway, those are my thoughts on that.
So you were 1% of the total sales of the retailer, or your take was 1%?
Excuse me. I believe when we looked at it, it was the overall revenue top line. It wasn't bottom line, so it wouldn't have been our take. So
your take was even smaller percentage of that.
much smaller,
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think you also raised another issue to discuss after we settle this percentage issue, or if there is a cap on the percentage, that's come up through other requests for declaratory rulings when each third-party provider stands before the members and says, but we are only one small avenue, one small channel that this retailer is using. There is a scenario that's possible where you have retailers using a dozen or 2 dozen, 3 dozen third-party providers. Is there a tipping point where it's too much? But we can discuss that after we finish this question. I think Tom had something.
I think we stretched it out a little bit, but let's see. Yeah, you got more. See, was that full?
I'm not in favor of it, because that starts to go to Jack's point there.
To should they be on the license, and they're sharing in the profits. So and also the flat fee model that you're talking about is still per transaction, and I think it should be a licensing agreement, a monthly agreement to be able to purchase from that third-party provider. And I think we as retailers are business people, and if it's working, great, we're going to continue on with it. If it's not, we fire you. I mean, it's that simple. So we don't need a percentage to prove that it's working properly. We can figure that out ourselves. We've done that once or twice.
And nobody has any comment on if it is a percentage, on what the percentage should be or what the cap should be for the percentage?
More than 10%.
And why 10?
Well, I like the rules that were in place before, and I think once you go past 10%, you're like a silent partner without paying some of my overhead. So if it had to be, which is not my choice, I agree with Tom. And on a sliding scale, again, like Tom said, because I don't think it came across down that way, that it was a losing proposition if they just took a flat fee. It's based on business. So if I don't do business, then I'm not paying.
But that's why I asked the question, 10% of what? And you heard from that Groupon, their percentage was less, or their overall revenue that they generated for the store was less than 1% of their total sales, which means that the percentage they took, whatever it may be, was even a fraction of that. So that, are we talking about the revenue of the whole retail operation, or are we talking about 10% of just what they generate?
Just what they generate.
I would argue that you could go significantly higher than 10%, given that so many of these are a limited channel. of the licensed sellers, and also would encourage you to consider, although you may find it a little amorphous, a reasonableness standard based on the service that is provided. I see Jackie making a face. Based on the services that are provided by the third-party providers. Some third-party providers do very small things, like process a transaction, and should be entitled to a very small portion of any transaction. Some handle a lot, from giving marketing advice to helping with payment processing to helping with fulfillment. And as they take on more roles, they should be able to take on a reasonable payment for the roles that they are performing while still maintaining control by the licensee.
I would be in favor of letting the market decide and give the third-party providers the option of doing a percentage or a flat fee, and then the wineries or others to determine whether they want to do business with them.
I think the last two comments pretty much summarized what I was about to say as well. I think the best determiner of reasonableness is arm's length transactions between two parties. I think what we've found as an online marketplace that allows third-party sellers to sell a wide variety of goods is that the percentage-based fees do appropriately vary based on product categories. There's different margins, different types of business models in different product categories, from consumer electronics to wine to home furnishings. And so I think that allowing the parties transacting with one another to determine what reasonableness is the right model. I think also Kristen made the comment, which I think is an important one, that the services provided by a third party could vary wildly. One third party service provider could provide 5 services. Another alcoholic beverage license holder could obtain those 5 distinct services from 5 different parties. And I think it gets very complicated to try to legislate the percentage-based fees when you start to think about competition in this space, which is relatively significant already, and I would hope it to get even bigger over time, that there's going to be a ton of competition from lots of different third-party service providers. Competition will help drive costs down. It will also create innovation and allow lots of new services that we probably can't even imagine today to grow.
I would just say this. It's certainly true what everybody has been saying, but there is a point at which a third-party provider getting a percentage of the fees makes them a partner. I mean, certainly, I think even Amazon would agree that if you're taking 50% of all the sales of a company, that you're a partner with that company, as opposed to, you're at 15%.
We're not even close. I don't know that I would take that position, though, because it's theoretical.
Well, it seems to me that there is a point, there has to be a point at which the third-party provider is really not a third-party provider, but really a partner in the business. And at that point, wherever that is that you decide, that person should be on the license.
Just a quick comment between percentage and flat fee. I think any of the esteemed attorneys in this room can, with the help of an analyst, make a flat fee into a percentage. So I think it's a matter of semantics. So why don't you just go with a percentage and make it easy on everybody?
So, your question was, should there be a cap? And, for me, it comes down to kind of 3 areas. Again, as a TPP, it's just a privilege that we're operating off of someone else's privilege. And if we look 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what are the things that we're doing today and over the course of, call it, the next 6 months, what are those going to do to New York workers, New York license holders over the next 5, 10, 15 years, that when someone becomes 10, 15, 20, 50% of a store's sales, that store now no longer has the ability to say, hey, I don't want to pay you 25% or 50%. And all of a sudden now it's no longer a retailer's customer. It's the TPP's customer. And so if there's no cap, forgetting just the fact that if you're going to take 20%, you own part of a liquor license. Like that's essentially what you're saying, which is, hey, you're going to do the selling, you're going to hold the license, I'm going to take my cut here, but you have to do all the work, and it's your privilege and your right. But it comes down to a small business problem of what happens in 5 to 10, 15 years when someone is 30% of a store's sales. I'll tell you, there are cities where we are 30% of a store's sales. And the power that we hold over those retailers could be very large if we didn't think about it as a privilege to work with them. Just something to consider.
This won't surprise anybody, but I strongly in favor of no cap. Let the free market decide what it is a retailer wants to pay for the services with which the 3PP can provide. I think there are decent arguments from a policy perspective as to why we should cap it. To Nicholas's point, I mean, I wish we were that successful with certain package stores around the country. That would be amazing. Maybe we should do more business with you. I don't know. But I think holistically, again, just thinking about it selfishly as Groupon, you know, we're not taking a percentage of every single transaction. It's a very small number in the aggregate of transactions overall at a package store or retail licensee. So again, from my perspective, retailers are smart people. They're businessmen, business people. Let them figure out what it is they want to pay us.
I appreciate the gender neutral language there. But isn't it also part of the difference of your business model and what you provide as a third-party service provider as opposed to what Drizzly provides? When somebody buys a Groupon, it's just something that's limited for one transaction, whereas somebody can go on Drizzly and keep buying every single day.
There are many differences, and we also provide different services too to consumers. I mean, there are analytics, there are things that we do that you could almost characterize it as consultation and business services to merchant. It's not just, you know, the sale or marketing services of a voucher. And to your point, Jackie, you're right. I mean, we're talking about one-time uses. Typically, if you buy a voucher that is redeemable at a wine shop, for example, if you're using it one time, it's done. We can get a little bit in the weeds in terms of the model itself and how many refeatures there are and how many caps there are around how many vouchers you can buy as a consumer, but that just kind of muddies the issue. But the bottom line is it's a very small percentage overall of volume.
I'm a cautious capitalist, so I think I align myself with the thought of permitting flat fees or a percentage, and I don't see any reason to cap the percentage as it relates to a sale, but I'm interested in this concept of possibly capping the total share of one's business to an outside provider. I think Nick may have phrased that the best, and that I think addresses Jeff's concern about the 10% and being consistent. Go back what I said in my opening remarks: as we bridge the 21st century, we want to make sure we protect all these folks who have built other types of businesses.
Well, I'm trying to understand that. So if I'm a restaurant and I use Groupon and I use Living Social and I use Thirst and I use Tabbed Out, and I have to then keep a tab of what's the percentage of my business going to all these different third-party providers, and at some tipping point I have to stop when I have 40% of my profits going to a multitude of third-party providers. I have to stop because I've committed a veiling there. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that's something we have to think very carefully about, Jackie. As it was said, at the point at which it's the inverse of the legal models that we've set up for the brick and mortar with internet sales. If the last few days I've seen an article about a restaurant operator in New York City that no longer has a brick and mortar public face. It has a kitchen, but it doesn't serve the public. It's just completely takeout. That's perfectly legal, and there's no alcohol involved, and I don't want to muddy the waters. But as these models evolve, I think I would be, if Groupon was driving 10% of my total, 15, 20% of my total sales, I'm beginning to wonder who is actually controlling the business. So it's not easy and it's not simple. But I do think, and it's particularly because we have the rule, we have an existing 10% rule, and there's lots of folks, lots of what I would consider, why do you need to know about someone that has a 10% stake in an on-premise establishment? Unless you're going to license, unless we end up licensing these various providers, and then all I have to show is they're a licensed provider, in which case now there's transparency and it's public. I just think we have to think carefully about it. Brock?
I think that's interesting because through the 3 years that I've seen a public discussion about this, everybody has been talking about putting the cap on the third-party providers and saying you cannot do this, you cannot get more than this. But nobody's ever turned around to say to the retailer, well, you have to limit how much of your business you're giving away. And that's a different way of looking at it.
That's essentially what I was going to say, Jackie, is it's interesting that we would turn the conversation to capping how much a retailer may spend on marketing. I mean, it should be at their discretion what it is they choose to spend. It could be 50% of the revenue, 70, 60, I don't know. I don't know if there's any studies out there either by any of the trade groups in the room that would display, what on average does a retailer, whether it be a restaurant, a bar, a package store, a winery, brewery, spend on advertising or marketing. I mean, I think that would be very interesting data to see. And if what we're discovering is that there's a fair amount of money going out the door for marketing services that may or may not be inefficient, I'm not sure why we would consider capping what very efficient marketing services could provide.
If you think about the fact that many retailers have an online presence of their own, and for some of those retailers, their online sales are multiples of what their actual walk-in sales are. For a smaller retailer who might want to use a third-party provider because perhaps they don't have the in-house tech or everything needed to have their own big online presence, you would be capping them in a way that you're not capping a larger retailer who has a tech department and a huge online presence. That's just my thought.
Well, because they're not using a third-party provider. They're doing it themselves. The money's all going to them. The control is all with them. The discussion's only about when you're giving it to somebody else. There are lots of stores in New York State that have their own webs. Lot 18 right here has massive sales over the internet. I hope they're massive. I don't know. But what's the issue? It's their store. They're running it. Why should I be concerned at how much business they're doing over the internet as long as those sales are legal?
I'm just saying that for some smaller retailers, a third-party provider might provide them their only access to having a web presence. That's all.
So we have to struggle here with looking at how we interpret the current law as we move into the future. In an on-premise environment, if 50% of a retailer's business, of a bar's business was being driven by outside party promoters, the authority would be concerned, and has been concerned, about whose interest and who is controlling the licensed establishment. So this concept of the retailer being limited, and I would agree, it does pit small retailers against big retailers, and I don't necessarily even have a position. I think we have to sort that out, because you can't tell a bar that they can't use some person to go pass out cards and bring in business on a Thursday night and a Friday night, and say because that's 35% of the total customer count, that's an availing, but then in the other side say that perhaps it's not.
Can we pass it this way, please?
I think we're going down a rabbit hole of what is considered marketing, because now the next thing that came to my mind, Google AdWords, search terms. Like, how much do you spend on search terms? I'll be blunt with it. Some days with our analytics, what search terms we spend on, we could get maybe 50% of our business off of Google Ads, off of search terms. Now, am I availing my license to Google? I don't think so. I'm just using them as an advertising service. So are we going to analyze third-party marketers as the same way? Is that an advertising service?
I don't think under the definition that we put out there that a Google search term would qualify as that. We're talking about specific internet websites or smartphone applications, et cetera, that really put the retailer in contact with the customer. And I don't think that a Google search term does that. But
okay,
I
I
don't
just-
pretend to know anything about Google search terms, so I might be wrong.
Well, I agree, you know, that
Here you go.
When you do a Google search, you obviously you pay per click to get to the top. A retailer or whoever's wants to get the sale pays per click to get to the top of the list and to get the lead, right? So it is definitely, I would say, a direct way. Almost like just way a Drizzly would be. It's obviously not functionally done where it does the transaction and sets up a delivery, but it leads you to the sale. So that is a good point. I mean, this is all new territory for all of us, and certainly, I mean, you could spend hundreds and thousands of dollars a day on ad leads to get internet sales from Google and other search engines like that. So it's just something to think of for shopping purposes.
okay. I think that our concern goes in exactly the opposite direction. It certainly is interesting to talk about whether or not it's 10% of the overall business or 10% of the online business, because it's really, if it's 10% of the online business, it's a much lesser percentage of the overall business, which is what we have always been talking about, the overall business. But when we start to talk about that a retailer has 5, 6, 7 different sources, that's actually, from a standpoint of what we historically look at, a good thing. If you think about it, if we have a retailer who has more than 10 shareholders, we only look at the ones that have 10% or more. We don't go and say, the more you have, the more I want to look at. It doesn't work that way, and it shouldn't, because the question is really who is in control of this business and what control do they have. So the retailer that is using both, all of the online services that are available to them is therefore having less availing going on than one that has a specific relationship with one, where that one might, as you were saying when you were dealing with Drizzly in a particular location, that one online service might be so strong to them that they lose control of their business to that one service. If I lose the ability to deal with Amazon, I lose a big thing. If I have 15 or 20 different sources and I lose one, I lose a small thing. So I think our concern should be in the other direction.
So 2 quick comments. First, I think on the Google example, it's an interesting example, and when I heard the example described, I didn't know the spend that various retailers are applying to Google. I thought it actually fit quite squarely within the definition of a TPP that we had aligned on. I think the way that, and it's a good indication of how customer shopping preferences vary and change over time. Many consumers, when they're shopping for products, their first step is to go to Google. They'll type in search words in Google. What comes up either at the top or near the top of that search results list is what drives their purchasing decision, whether it's directing them to another website or otherwise. So I do think that that is a good example, and it's interesting to hear from a couple of the retail stakeholders that is an area in which the spending can be quite high. I think the other comment, which is a separate one I was hoping to make, is that just in terms of percentages and control over businesses, I don't want to opine on what a percentage that would result in a determination of control would be. I would find it very hard to come up with a definition of that. But we have over 2 million third-party sellers on the Amazon platform today, and not in the wine space. It's smaller than that by far. But in our percentage fees vary quite a bit by category. I wouldn't say that we have any control over any of those third-party sellers. Those are independent businesses who are using the Amazon website to advertise their products, and we help with other functions for them. But I think we're there to help. We're one of many competitors in the space. There's many more than 2 million third-party sellers out there who are doing things online. There's a lot of really healthy competition. And again, I just go back to the point that drives innovation. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on TPPs to be to provide excellent services at competitive prices. And I think we feel that as a provider of services that there's a lot of competition, and we're one of many people in the space.
So as a hypothetical, I had Drizzly as a search engine for alcohol, and you typed in a product, could I charge a retailer a specific price to make sure that that retailer was seen above other retailers? Because that's essentially what Google does. I type in a product, whoever pays the highest bid gets the lead. Online, in store, doesn't really matter. So it's something worth considering, because Google's massive, obviously, but we shouldn't look at it as like an institution that's, just completely unfungible.
Isn't the difference between Drizzly and Google that nobody thinks that Google is trafficking in alcoholic beverages? And it's very reasonable for people to think that Drizzly or Minibar is trafficking in alcoholic beverages. So I think there's a different public perception. Nobody goes around saying, I got my bottle of vodka from Google just because I Googled, 10028 vodka and found a liquor store that was within there. Nobody has the perception that they're buying alcohol from Google, but plenty of people will walk around and say, oh, I get my booze delivered from Drizzly, from Minibar, from any other site.
So purely hypothetical, say it were like Google, right, where all of a sudden you didn't think of Drizzly as the seller. At that point, is it legal for a third party to start to charge retailers essentially the referral fee?
I'm sorry.
So say that it were, right? Because I understand your point, and it absolutely can appear like that now. But say that it were to morph, right? Mm-hmm. Where Drizzly, Minibar, we looked a lot more like Google, and it were just a referral fee.
Well, I guess I would think of a wine searcher.
Right.
Like that. And nobody thinks that Wine Searcher is selling them the product. They're just telling them where they can go and find the product.
So is that the line then, to say that?
I don't know where the line is, and I think we're having these discussions to find these lines, but it's a question worth asking.
Yeah, and that's my thought on it too. The other thing I would say about CAP is just consider Uber, right? When, sure, black car drivers do have other jobs, but when 50-70% of their rides come from Uber, and Uber decides to change their rates, they can't afford to say no.
Just a little curious again. When it comes to the trade and licensees, we speak about whether or not the suppliers and wholesalers tend to influence that which the retailers do. And the measure which you do that tending is a lot lower. The threshold's a lot lower than 10%. So I'm kind of curious why that would be the threshold here. I'm just concerned that although there may be models, better incentives, maybe the process is a lot easier with a percentage basis, I'm just curious why that model's just as a matter of
I don't have the answer, and nobody who's thrown out 10% has really given a legal reason why it should be 10% other than there's some tradition of licensing with 10%. There's been no tradition of availing with 10%.
No, it's any interest whatsoever is a prohibited interest. It goes down to zero.
I think the idea of the 10% comes from how we deal with landlord relationships, where we allow for up to 10% of a percentage of the profits without that lease becoming a licensable interest. I think historically that's where the 10% has popped up.
I hear you, but by the same token, when that same type of, concept was used with respect to hoteliers and people that manage the hotels, the liquor authority did not choose. They abandoned that particular model and said, no, we're going to put those managers on the license. They felt they were exercising control, really exercising what was going on. And again, the real purpose here is to find out if the model being proposed by the third-party provider is one that exercises control. Again, harping back to what Lynn said, if you do all these things, then you're in control. Then any percentage would be a problem. Okay. Nice.
Excuse me. I don't want to speak for the entire internet. And even though as much as I would want to, they don't pay me to do that, so I won't. Thinking about some of the hypotheticals and examples, particularly the ones that Nicholas raised, which are extremely relevant to this, I want to make a recommendation. I think it's worthwhile maybe broadening the tent here a little bit in terms of what e-commerce companies are at the table. Here's why I say that. I have been paying attention, but I was looking at my phone for a little bit just to see how many apps I have on my phone right now from which I could purchase something related to alcohol. There are many. and there's only 3 of us here that are on my phone. Actually, I'm sorry, 2. I don't have Drizzly because you don't deliver it to my house, and we'll talk about that later. But there are many, many, many other interests at stake here. You know, I could think of many off the top of my head, but I won't. But I'm just wondering if maybe that's worth a conversation about who else, like Google, for example, which I think is a very great example. Others like Yelp, you know, Pandora, which may surprise people, but advertisers advertise through Pandora, and you'll see deals. Come to this bar and buy, you know, there's all kinds of other e-commerce parties involved in this space. Just a recommendation.
Yeah, there is a reason why only the 3 of you are here. And it's not because there haven't been more models out there that have come to the authority for rulings, but you are 3 of them that we feel are operating somewhat legally. Amazon has never come to the authority for a ruling, so there is no ruling by the members. So whatever I say, if I think they're operating legally or not, the members have never said it. Drizzly and Groupon have both come before. And so the reason why others were not asked to be on this task force is because I don't know what their models are, and I don't want New York State endorsing anything that's illegal and giving the presumption by putting somebody on this task force that that's an endorsement by New York State.
And it's just a recommendation that as this process proceeds and there may be proposals issued, what you're going to end up facing are people coming out of the woodwork that have not been part of this. And whatever consensus we may reach ultimately, I think you probably want more buy-in than what you may get from this room.
I'm hoping that I know many of the attorneys on this panel represent plenty of those other third-party providers who have not come to the authority.
And this is obviously public today, and maybe what you're saying is that perhaps at the end of it we make it public again, and they can all come in obviously and have their say at that time, and we take any written submissions as well. So.
And I think that is part of the purpose of today's event, is the task force meetings, is the people who haven't come before us, and it's kind of giving them the guideline. But I think the longer they stay away from coming to us, the more in risk that they are of putting actual licensees that they're working with as well at risk. So I think that's part of the purpose as well, to get everyone to come in and operate legally. But I understand there's a lot of, gray area still, which is what we're trying to address today. And then the one comment that I did want to make was the percentage caps and the total percentage of ownership, that discussion, I think we all agree too that it would be a tremendous burden and an unfair burden, I think, on small business people with small retail operations, OP licenses, and ask them to keep track of what their total sales will be to their TPPs. And I don't think that's kind of one area that I personally wouldn't go down, but I think the issue that we're talking about, what percentage per sale or in total transactions, that kind of topic it's good that we're flushing this all out. But the one thing I think I want to make clear from my side is I just don't think we'd ever get to a position where we'd ask a small business person, a restaurant holder, to keep track of every TPP and then what percentage exactly, and having to report that to the agency. That would just be an unfair burden. Did anyone else have a comment on this? Sure, if you pass the mic, please.
It ties in with the comment you just made. I think similarly, if there were a cap placed on the percentage of a retailer's total sales that a particular TPP could make, what that would also create is a challenge for the TPP, who often, and I think generally shouldn't, have insight into the sales of the retailer off its marketplace or whatever other service it's providing. So taking the example of Amazon Wine, the third parties that are selling on our platform are selling elsewhere. They're selling through their wineries. They're selling through distributors. We don't have visibility into their sales that are not occurring through the Amazon marketplace, nor do we ask for that or want that. And I would suspect that the retailers would not be interested in sharing that with us if we were to ask for it. So I think that's part of their business operation that the TPP doesn't and probably shouldn't have visibility into. So I think on both sides of that equation, it could be very burdensome and if not impossible to actually calculate what percentage a TPP's assistance relates to an overall retailer's activities.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our next topic. We've already been talking about it. Many people have commented whether the money flow the flow of funds should go directly to the TPP, or does it always have to go directly to the licensee? So if there are people, if there's anyone who hasn't had their opinions voiced yet, you can take this opportunity now, but otherwise, no need to repeat what we talked about in the morning. Sure.
So I think a comment was made earlier that Amazon is not remitting sales proceeds directly to wine merchants. And I just wanted to actually clarify that both through the Prime Now service as well as the Amazon Wine Marketplace, the funds that are coming from customers are going directly through, there's a processing that happens, but those funds are actually going directly to the wine seller or the alcoholic beverage seller, and then the fees come back to us after the fact. So we are sort of meeting that standard today, but I would actually suggest that that is an inefficient model. It's different from how we process payments for any other transactions through our marketplace. It does take technical effort. It does increase cost of payments, things like that. So from a kind of how e-commerce is done perspective, I think it's a constraint that was relatively significant for us to build technology to solve, and I imagine for other players in the space it could be as well. And I'm not sure it provides a specific benefit.
And when you talk about the processing that goes on, is that just for sales in this state, or are you doing that for all alcohol sales in all states?
That would be true for any alcoholic beverage sales that occur through the marketplaces that we offer. So it's a consistent model. It's not just for New York.
Okay.
It's consistent across.
Jackie's going to take us through the final section of questions.
Over the years, I've received countless emails and phone calls from retailers, from third-party providers, from attorneys who send me a website and say, is this company legal? I mean, the confusion that is out there, it's clear. Everybody's here because nobody knows who's legal and who's not. And as a means of bringing clarity, especially to our New York retailers, wineries, breweries, distilleries, who none of them want to risk their license in dealing with any of these third-party providers, is it worthwhile to create a permit for these third-party providers so that all retailers can engage with them, being confident that they are not availing their license? And if we are to take that route, what would this permit look like? We discussed some of these issues without going into great depth this morning, but who would be eligible or ineligible when it comes to the tied house considerations? What amount of disclosure to the authority would be necessary from the third-party provider? Record keeping, what should the authority be able to see? Must these permit holders have a physical presence in New York like licensees? And as we also talked about, should there be a limit on the number of third-party providers a licensee may use? So I know that's a lot of questions, but I'm going to throw those out. Microphone's right next to you, Kevin.
Strongly support the idea of a permit for third-party providers so that everybody knows who they can use, and also so that the liquor authority can look into tied house issues and gift and service issues, and also into whether or not the supplier, the retailer is the one who is making the decisions that we talked about before. On the other hand, a physical presence in New York, I think when you're dealing with this is inappropriate. If we're going to say that, I'm not talking about warehouses, fulfillment houses, we've eliminated those from the discussion, and they're a complicated other side, but here we're talking about, essentially, it would be, to my way of thinking, like saying that a bank had to be located in New York in order to have the funds for a retailer. They should not be that involved in the retailer's business that they should have to have a location in New York in order to do it, and so I don't think that should be done. And I don't see any purpose in limiting the number of people that they could use, because, as I said before, it's my opinion that the more providers that are involved, the less likely they are to be availing on a license. Because if you can have, if you were using Grizzly and Groupon, all at the same time, you're less likely to have any one of them availing on the license. And the more you have, the less they are specifically involved in the day-to-day operations, which is really the question about whether or not they should be on a license. As for disclosure, I think the disclosure it should include the issue about whether or not any party is related to someone who is in the industry in another tier.
Related, but is family related?
Well, I think actually to disclose it, yes.
But we don't ask that on regular license.
Well, I think to disclose it, yes. To require it as grounds for whether or not you give the license, my answer would be no, because in general, the issue of a family member is dependent on whether the family member is really involved. So in these cases, there are so many where there seem to be family members involved that I think knowing it is important to see whether or not there's real independence, but it shouldn't be the grounds on which you accept or don't accept. Just like in today.
But then what's the purpose then of asking?
To be able to see whether or not there is true independence. You
If
sometimes.
we don't ask that for a retailer. We don't ask, is your father or mother a wholesaler?
Actually, you sometimes do.
But not on the application.
Well, perhaps you should, but you ask. You do.
Are you
ask
sure you want that?
Well, you do ask. You do ask it in here. And having asked it, I'm not. Again, I am strongly of the opinion that, and forget about my opinion. The appellate division of the state of New York is of the opinion that you cannot refuse to give a license to somebody because of what their spouses do, and I am of that opinion too. But my opinion matters less than theirs. But you can look at whether or not there is real, true independence. And you have many times in the past said that I have no problem with you being on these two different tiers, but I do have a problem with whether or not that person can be involved. So I think knowing is better than not knowing, but that's my opinion.
So I may have an unpopular opinion. I don't think that there should be a permit or a license. I think there should be guidelines. I think the problem is when you look at the three, well, let me actually say 5 people, including the gentleman to my left and right, that are practicing on the internet. Very different businesses. And what Groupon, Drizzly, Wine.com, Lot 18, Amazon do, those are going to be hard to put under a single umbrella of this is what is or is not a specific type of company, as opposed to saying here are guidelines with which multiple models of internet companies can work going into the future, right? There's some things you can and cannot do, but this is just me. I just don't look at my business like Groupon. And I know that we're both in some way representing or helping merchants sell, but you know, Groupon selling a Groupon to a winery, in my mind, is very different than me connecting you with a retailer.
You're absolutely right in that point, but without a permit, this agency has no jurisdiction over these unlicensed entities. And I get, like I said, call after call, email after email from legitimate companies going, that company's operating illegally, why aren't you doing something about it? And my response is, I have no jurisdiction over them. I could start going after the 2 dozen, 3 dozen retailers that are using them, and that would eat up all of my agency resources. But as I think somebody said, 200, 300, how many of these companies out there, and nobody has the means to have any jurisdiction over them at this point. You put out guidelines. California put out guidelines, and they said, okay, go everybody, behave nicely. They have not prosecuted one entity based on the principles of that advisory. And they have no intention of doing it either.
Yeah, we can't make the assumption that all parties operating in California are in line.
And the other thing she added was that we could go after the retailers, but my assumption is those retailers don't know that this company that they're dealing with is illegal. So now I'm going after retailers who are small business owners who have no idea that they're breaking the law because there's no clarity whatsoever in it.
Yeah, I think from a jurisdiction perspective, it's pretty black and white there. I mean, your point is excellent, right? How do you stop it? I just think if we're going to say, yes, this is a permit, this is an umbrella, we have to understand and make room for innovation in the future and say, okay, there are going to be different businesses with different models, but as long as they maintain the same principles, whatever those principles are, I mean, we've talked about some of them, that it's okay. And that's the only point I'll make on this, and the only reason why I would say no, is just that I look at Groupon and Drizzly as very different businesses, and if we're going to, let's have some room.
Well, and remember, you're going to email that definition that you read before to me and every other committee member, task force member as well.
I think the other related worry that I would have with a permitting system is that it could be a barrier to the type of innovation that people are coming up with every day. So, folks that aren't represented in this room who might be building websites for alcoholic beverage sellers, the people that are, not large businesses that are, there's, presumably thousands of people and companies out there that are doing things like that to help license holders. And a permitting system could really stifle and make it, that could become an enormous burden of itself. And I would say that the advisory from California was incredibly helpful to us. We look at ourselves as a good actor, and we thought, that advisory really guided our development in part of our marketplace, and it was very helpful.
See, I see what's going on now, at least in this room, as a bigger burden for somebody starting a new business than clarity in a permitting process would be. I mean, I don't know if you, and I know, and I wasn't here, but Nick, how many times were you in here? Once, but how many times did you talk to Jackie about it before you were in here? Twice. And it's multiple. I've had people, what was the company that was in here? They were in here 4 times. Tabbed Out was in here four times. And it was because their business model was clear, but we kept going back and saying, we need you to change this. We need you to change this. And they did. But if they knew what we were looking for beforehand, then maybe guidelines that if we wrote them clear enough would be enough, but there definitely has to be something with more clarity. That's for sure.
And also, I totally agree with that point. I think that guidelines are the key, and guidelines that are sufficiently clear to guide actors in this space and sufficiently flexible to allow innovation. I think if those two objectives are met, then I think that the actors in this space can proceed with a very high degree of confidence that what they're doing is compliant with the expectations of the SLA.
I think my response is also, as Nick was pointing out, the difference between Groupon and Drizzly. You're Amazon. You have more lawyers than the SLA has. You probably have more lawyers than the Attorney General's office has and outside counsel. So it's not surprising for me to hear that, Amazon was able to navigate this. But most of these other companies are kids in their dormitory at MIT who are building these websites, and they don't have the resources that Amazon has.
I might just say that we are pretty leveraged in terms of the amount of legal resource we devote to the many businesses that we're operating. And so without giving too much detail into the inner workings, honestly, the guidelines that have been issued by a very small handful of states are very helpful. And I think when we see those come out, it's a big simplifier for us. We don't like to throw a lot of lawyers at a problem if we don't have to. We'd rather let the businesses that we support innovate, and that's really our goal. But when there is an absence of clear guidance, that's where we do have to invest a lot of energy.
And my last response to the innovation part is that there's been nothing now that really addresses. These companies were coming up with this stuff, whether the law spoke to it or not. So I don't know that really saying, gee, you might have to get a $200 permit is really going to stop the innovation.
I was just want to add to your point. It seems to me that if we have online forms that you go through, and they ask a bunch of questions. Now, maybe you don't want to ask all the questions that I would ask, and I appreciate that. But you have your questions, and the questions could be, do you have an interest in this? Do you have an interest in that? How are you charging? Is it a percentage? Whatever it is that the guidelines that come out of here, they come into essentially a punch list that says that this is what you have to be at the moment to be legal. And then if I send an application to the liquor authority for a $200 permit, and they go through and they look to see whether or not that punch list has been met, it's only a question of whether that punch list has been met. It's not a question of it's been met, but you have to do it my way. It's the opposite when it comes to declaratory rulings and when it comes to these guidelines. Because what happens with guidelines and declaratory rulings, they take you so far, but when you want to innovate, you've got no place to go with the innovation because you didn't come right under these guidelines. Whereas with a permit, you have a list of these are the things that we in the state feel take you out of the area that you can help. And then once you're outside of those areas, you're okay unless the liquor authority passes a different guideline or the state passes a different law. But you get the permit, everybody knows they can deal with you. The retailer doesn't have to call up Jackie and say, can I deal with Drizzly? We had these situations just with banking companies that wanted to arrange for monies to go through to pay a wholesaler from a retailer. Right? And they come up and they ask, can I do this? And the wholesaler says, I don't know if it's legal. And then when they call the liquor authority, quite frankly, depending on who they call, they get different answers unless they come for a declaratory ruling. You come for a declaratory ruling, that's a very expensive process. And then when you go for a declaratory ruling, there's sometimes like ongoing negotiations to try to get the declaratory ruling to someplace you want to get. If the liquor authority comes up with guidelines and then issues permits, everybody knows they're legal to deal with those people.
And the $200 was taken out of the wind. It could be $10.
I would like to reiterate what Sean and Nicholas said. I don't think permitting, in the sense that I think of permitting and licensing, which I have a lot of experience with in another life, is really the solution here. I can give you the talking points on stifling innovation and all of that, which is relevant. But at the end of the day, we're talking about doing something that would be largely unprecedented in terms of licensing, the marketing, the speech of retailers. Again, I'm not a First Amendment lawyer. I know a couple that I've talked to before, and there would be some issues, I think, with doing that if too many restrictions were put in place. That said, the only parallel I can draw in terms of other industries that regulate similar activity to what it is I think that we group on and some of the others propose is the casino industry. We do deals with casinos in terms of providing marketing and advertising services to them across the country where it is prohibited and where it's legal, not prohibited. There are some states that do require registration. There are some states that do require you to at least let the casino authority, the gambling authority, know that you are working with X, Y, or Z casino. And when you do that, you're simply disclosing information. Hey, here's who we are we public or private or not? Here's some pedigree information. Let us go. And it's simply a housekeeping matter. It's just to know who's doing what with who. And there are tons of reasons why the casino industry is set up that way. I'm not at all suggesting the liquor industry had some of those same issues that the casino industry may have had over time. That said, possibly in New York. I'm not sure about the other places, but it's really the only thing I can think of where there was a legitimate, compelling reason to at least know who's working with who. But again, the concept of permitting just is so foreign to, I think, the tech industry in this space that it's really not something at first blush I think any of us would be really receptive to. Surprise, surprise.
I mean, just on the casino issue, I think it's a little bit different practically speaking because, casinos, there are only a few licensed throughout every state. Here, we're talking about giving guidance also to retailers and the mom and pop shops so that they know if somebody is licensed that they can comfortably deal with them. It's always these questions that come to us all the time. Can we deal with them? Can we not deal with them? And so it's a little bit different, I think, in that scope of things, but we get your point. Thank you.
It's just worth noting for precedent's sake, we're in about 20 markets. The state of Louisiana is the only state that required a license. So,
Of you guys, what kind of license?
it's a third-party, essentially marketing service license.
How much do they charge?
To be honest, I do not remember. It was not egregious, I'll tell you that. I have some problems with it, including the fact that my name is on it as opposed to Drizzly's name, which you could argue wouldn't hold up as a director of a corporation, but people do it. Really, what it comes down to for me is the future. And this innovation talk, I know, sometimes feels fluffy that tech companies are going to parade around like you're stifling our innovation. We started Drizzly 4 years ago looking at the Mass Liquor Code, understanding what it said, and how we had to operate within that. We've taken the stance that we are not a liquor store. We do not want to be a liquor store. We do not want to buy liquor licenses. We want to help liquor stores move into the 21st century. And that stance is essentially, as we've gone around to different states, we've said, people have looked at us and said, there is nothing to regulate. Because if you don't touch money, literally don't process it, don't run credit cards, don't escrow it, it goes to the retailer, and you don't touch the alcohol, as far as our laws are concerned, what are you? I think it's kind of an absurdist argument, to be honest, because we are a part of the transaction. But at the same time, we should just know that, again, the future, whatever we do here, someone's going to figure out how to create a business model that is going to take what we do and move it forward. So what are the real tenets? The only things that matter, really, ultimately, about protecting license holders, because that's why we're here. We're working with license holders. It's not about us. It's about them.
Jackie, I have a question for you. So the people here at this table are operating to the best of their ability within the frameworks of the law, but the people who aren't at this table, for instance, I think somebody earlier was saying that a third-party provider was discounting or giving a refund on a purchase. When something like that happens and the retailers are working with them, do I understand you correctly that you have no authority to go after them? The only people that you would have the authority to go after would be the retailers working with them?
That's correct. The SLA only has jurisdiction over licensees.
Okay.
And permit holders, so anybody with a license or a permit.
So basically, if somebody wanted to create a third-party provider and run really fast and loose with the law, then you'd be sort of facing the exact situation that you're facing now, even with a declaratory or with a advisory.
Correct. And that's the situation that California is actually in too. Yes, there are some models that are acting illegally here. They're also acting illegally in California too. And they're in the same situation. They've put out an advisory and they can't do anything about it because they don't have jurisdiction over them.
So frankly, doesn't that put the retailers in a very precarious situation if they're dealing with people and there's...
Correct. This is one of the reasons that we are all here, is to give clarity and assurance to retailers so they don't have to wonder when somebody comes peddling their third-party services whether they're legit or not and whether they're going to lose their license.
And maybe Mr. Wexler could speak better to this than I, but I think the major victims in this would be restaurants and bars, less so than the liquor stores, because I think you guys understand the ins and outs of the law better, at least in that area, than perhaps your typical bar owner. That's the ones that are at real risk.
I think that, Mr. Chairman, that you and Jackie have hit the problem head on. Most of us, I think, would be for as little regulation as needed, and certainly the authority has tried, and I think we're looking at a final report on Wednesday of the ABC working group that is going to try to even create more simplification of folks. But because of this dynamic, I lean more towards the kind of system Jackie is talking about. Maybe it can be done like the way you do for ATAP providers, where you have a system, you have to demonstrate, you apply, you get approved, but then you have a website where all of the approved server training programs are there for retailers to be aware of. And if the server training school, as you know, the association operates one. If we act afoul of your guidelines, you interact with us, we correct them, or you remove our certification. I think you'd go a long way towards promoting the ability to use all the innovation if you'd create a very simple registration, permitting, licensing system, however you and your leadership team can create.
Kristen. And while you're passing the microphone to Kristen, I would also just add, since the talk has been done, Amazon mentioned the California advisory. There is guidance from New York, and Chairman Rosen said it over and over. Our ship compliant declaratory ruling was twice as long as the California advisory and got granular and got down to specifics and gave specific examples of what was permissible and what was not. So it's not that there's not guidance out there for New York retailers. It is, but it's not easy to understand if you're running a mom and pop business, and for them to stop what they're doing and look over every company that comes in. And not every company, Scott, and what you're suggesting wants to disclose to us what their business model is and show us the contracts. We've had people come for declaratory rulings, and I could spend months trying to get their contracts to review. So it's not always easy.
I think that there is a need specifically for a permit. It is unprecedented in terms of other states. Texas, California, and DC have all issued written guidance. California is being the oldest, and as you pointed out, already kind of becoming perhaps obsolete even 4 or 5 years later. Virginia has a law, which it's had since 2008, that requires a marketing portal permit, but you have to be an agricultural cooperative in order to get it. Therefore, I believe only one person has ever gotten it, and that happened this year. So in that way, if you create a permit and you create too many limits, you can cut off the activity entirely. I do think that the guidance in California was helpful, and what I like about the fact that it is an advisory is that it can be updated. And I think if you guys go with something like that, it'll give you the flexibility to revisit the issues as technology develops in ways that no one in this room can predict right now, as soon as 2 or 3 years from now, and to modify your guidance and allowable things to fit that, which is much harder to do if you're talking about passing legislation in order to make a modification. And one opportunity that I think states have missed so far in guidance, and that I get a lot in my practice, is people asking, what do I check? So a retailer calling, hey, I want to use this TPP, can I? How do I find that out? So I think it would be great if there was some really practical advice saying, here's what you need to do with the retailer. Number 1, you need to have a contract. Number 2, you need to find out how much they charge and make sure it's reasonable and that you're not at risk of availing. You should look at their website and make sure that it discloses you or the other retailers that are working with them. So just giving them really practical bullet points, including things like, are you having control over selection of product, pricing of product? Can you accept and reject any order? Can you leave the platform if you're unhappy? So I think if it's not a codified permit, you can still be very instructive just by giving common sense.
What about the argument that an advisory could be illegal rulemaking?
I think it's a terrible argument.
I think it came up in California frequently.
Yeah, it did, and I don't think that there is the rampant lawlessness with TPPs that you're talking about in California. In my conversations with the authority in California, they're pretty happy with the fact that the general advice has been something that's a resource for everyone to look at as a first step to try and conform their behavior. And people on both sides know it. TPPs who are starting know that the licensees that they're going to have read it and are going to be really concerned if they see something that on its face is not compliant with that advisory. I think it could be more simple, and I think the guidelines could be made more simple. But in terms of teeth, you're right. You have a jurisdiction issue if they remain unlicensed. If you create a license and people choose not to get it because they decide that they're going to modify their model to fall outside your definition, you still have a jurisdiction problem. So at the end of the day, the rule has to be that the licensee is behind it, and the licensee has to follow the rules that are applicable to their license.
So California retailers read the advisory and New York retailers don't read the declaratory ruling?
No, I think all retailers will read both. And the declaratory rulings, I think, are extremely helpful and great guidance in 12 different documents that are not synthesized.
Well, the ship compliant being the equivalent of the California advisory, the more expansive.
Right, which has the 4 or 5 consideration points, which is nice as a test. I think if that consideration test could be converted into actual structural checklist for a retailer to look at that was really accessible, that would be great. Here is what you need to look for to be safe.
And I'm sure the retailers are all very flattered that you think they all do that.
Anyone else? Okay, so now that's the end of what we wanted to get through. So now if the public has any comments, I think the microphone in the back of the room is working, and you're welcome to go make them. Just try to be as brief as possible. And tell us your name and affiliation, if you have one.
morning. How are you?
I paid for that, that's why. Personally.
Good afternoon. This is great. My name is Aurelia Tavares. I'm little compared to you guys. I just do liquor licenses, sidewalk cafes, and those types of things. And they've asked me to be the executive director of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association. And I'm concerned because there's one person missing here, and that's the retailer. I don't have a retailer here on this advisory, and we should because we're the ones like retailers for restaurant bars and lounges in general, because we're the ones affected by the fines when there's no permit or a permitted internet company that we deal with, and then there's a sale to minors, there's a delivery, there's not as much transparency for little guys that we need so that we can get some guidance. And as far as, so we think a permit is great, because I think a permit is going to let us deal with a legitimate company, and if for $200 or $10 or whatever it is a small fee to pay so that you could show us that we can deal with you as a retailer or as a lounge or bar or restaurant owner, and even the liquor store owners. Additionally, the Groupon voucher is not very clear. The Groupon voucher is 50%. I know I have a couple of clients. One of them is out of business, but he was talking to me about the problems with dealing with Groupon, and is that you guys, as merchants, they have to split the fee that Groupon charges 50% with the merchant. So it's really not 1% of sales, it's 50% of the voucher. And I mean, that's kind of like, now we're talking about ownership, dominion, control, and direction.
We're not going to here to beat up on anyone.
No. I mean, in terms of the percentage of sales, it's kind of
No, I understand that, but I just ask you to speak globally rather than at anyone indirectly.
Okay, so for those voucher sales, it's a little different. And then as far as the definition, the assist and help language was bad, but facilitate is better, because I thought a good one would be a third-party provider as an independent e-commerce platform, provider facilitating the successful order, delivery, and purchase of alcoholic beverages within the license holder's designated class and privileges, including but not limited to marketing and advertising of products on the internet. As restaurant owners, we already advertise. We do it on WhatsApp, we do it on Facebook, we do it on a host of different providers like Twitter that is not controlled by the SLA. So I think that going into the advertising is kind of a slippery slope, because we do it on our own, and it's not marketed or managed, it's not managed by the SLA. So that was all I had to say.
Want to respond? I don't know that you need to.
Just briefly, because just a point of clarification, because that does implicate something that I had represented to you in terms of the percentages. If you care to hear it, if not.
If you feel the need, go ahead.
Well, just a point of clarification. When a Groupon voucher is sold, the margins with which Groupon earns varies based on whatever it is the merchant agrees to. We do not force any merchant to require 50% payment to Groupon. We just don't do that. It varies, generally speaking. And again, the comment I was making to the chairman about less than 1% of revenue going to Groupon was based in the aggregate. When we're talking about individual voucher sales, that's our margin, and it's based on a very limited volume of sales. That was my point. But I'm happy to speak with you further about some of the nuances of the business model. I'm extremely familiar with it. Been with the company almost 4 years now, so I've seen a lot of the variations with the model and the agreements and all that. So if you have any questions, we'd certainly like to talk to you offline.
Anyone else in the public here have any comment? I don't see anybody left in Buffalo, so. Paul, anybody there want to say anything?
I think we're all squared away, Chairman.
Okay. So that's going to conclude today's session. I'm going to let Jackie give you the plan going forward, because I don't really have it in front of me.
Task force members, thank you all for coming today, especially those who traveled across the country, and there are several of you who've done that. You do have the dates for our next meetings, which will be held here in the Zone 1 office. Those meetings will not be open to the public, but anybody from the public who wishes to submit comments based off today can. The information on that will be on our website of where to submit the comments, and you will all receive communication from us shortly.
And I just want to reiterate what Jackie said. I just thank you all for taking part in this. I think it was, for me, it was extremely productive just to hear what everyone's view is. And I'm going into this with an open mind, and I think Commissioner Kim is as well. So it's great to hear all your opinions, and I learned a lot today, so thank you.